Nerdrotic.com.
And the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. I apologize cause I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights. Time has come, they are finally
We're 1 minute late from our later start time.
1 minute late from our later start time. Welcome to Friday Night Tights.
At least we're consistent.
Lord.
Yeah. We have a wizard here, so it seems like we're on wizard time because
we are.
They
That's
work
right.
exactly when they mean to.
We're on Snape time.
Exactly.
Black Snape time.
Oh, Garrett. There you go. Thank you.
I heard something.
Oh yeah, we definitely got to talk about that comedian who stole Ryan's joke. And
let me try. Yeah, we'll find out.
What? Go get that.
What?
Oh yeah. I mean, paid homage to Ryan's joke, and everybody else's. But welcome to the show. Az is on a hiatus again for a while, so
Again.
Wait, we're actually saying that he's dead, right? That's the whole thing.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Like
Again.
fuck. What are we
Back to
doing,
the
Gary?
God damn it.
Come
I
on.
mean, he's on hiatus from this mortal coil.
From life.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I have to say? Lucky him.
So we have a new member, because it's all about the members, ladies. And it's Real Fake Wizard.
Hey.
Welcome aboard.
Let's go.
Thank you for having me.
Story.
Happy to be here. Let's have some fun.
I
Let's
want you
have
to
some
understand
fun.
something, Fake Wizard. You're
Yes.
only here because Ryan, he hates you, but he doesn't hate you as much as he hates everybody else. That's why, okay? So
I'm comforted to know that.
yes,
actually.
it's
I
actually
was really worried.
that's a very big compliment.
Well,
Trust
I
me,
mean,
okay?
just to
Not as good
be
as it
fair, I'm not entirely sure Ryan likes me very much, and I know he doesn't like Jeremy.
I tried to give Jeremy a compliment last week before we started. Ryan comes in. Speak for yourself, Shad.
Yeah, we weren't even live or anything. It wasn't like for the cameras. It was just like I get in and Shad's like glazing Jeremy. Oh, the show is so much better when you're here, Jeremy. We love it when you're here. Come on. And I'm like, speak for your fucking self.
Yeah. And I'd like to welcome back Archcast. What's up, brother?
Thank you, thank you. Happy to be back.
Good to see you, man.
It's a
Maybe
good
my
day to
camera
have
will
you
keep
on.
working throughout the entire stream this time, baby.
We hope so.
It's a little laggy already, so
Oh, good.
Perfect.
Most people don't watch us anyway, right? Like,
yeah,
they just listen.
just background noise anyway while they're pooping. So
That's a long poop.
Get off the pot. Get off the pot.
But we got a lot to talk about, including Angel Studios, and what's going on with them is a bit nuts. So we will discuss that. James Gunn's JCU. I don't even want to call it the DCU anymore. It's the JGCU, maybe. The Gunn CU.
The Gunniverse.
Gunn, yeah.
It might be
Gunniverse,
see you
that's
later.
Yeah.
Might be
Yeah.
see you later. We'll see. Mandalorian and Grogu, not looking, the projections aren't looking very good, but my God, a toy sold out. So that means it's going to be a hit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How many were made? 5?
Probably 1,000. That would be
No,
my guess,
okay.
or 1,500. Yes. And yes, we did watch The Boys and Daredevil Born Again. I put up a poll last night to say, like, which one is worse. Yeah, The Boys won by kind of a lot.
Accurate.
Yeah,
I think it's just
so
because more people have seen The Boys.
That-
so that's the one they voted for.
that might be true.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
I
last
actually like.
episode.
It
Ugh.
depends on the
I
metric
voted-
that you go by, because like I would say Daredevil is more boring and harder to watch than The Boys,
Mhm.
but The Boys is like goes so much more disgusting and like
It's
propaganda.
more cringy, especially lately.
I voted for Daredevil because The Boys at its peak was never even close to what Daredevil was at its peak. So
True.
it's more torturous for me watching Daredevil Born Again as I'm also rewatching seasons 1 and 2 of Netflix.
Oh, you're doing that
Daredevil.
simultaneously?
Dude, I
Oh,
did last
boy.
season. It's brutal.
That's
Yeah,
hard.
because like we're fucking watching this just hour of garbage. I'm like, I need to like rinse my mouth out after watching it. So I went back and started watching season 1 and I can't stop. So now I'm on season 2. And it's like, so for me, it's actually worse watching Daredevil Born Again. I don't know if it's an actual worse show, but considering the drop off from what it could have been and what we've seen before with these characters, it's way harder to watch.
I haven't seen the new Daredevil. I'm shocked that Gary likes it more than the old one, though. That's crazy to me. So,
Oh,
well, because this is a weekly release and the old one was a binge release. So clearly this one's better. Because we don't talk about anything that was ever
Here
binged.
we
Different metric altogether.
Jeremy,
Just
I
saying.
like like you.
Just
but that
saying.
was such a
7 minutes.
retarded argument.
Hey, I'm just saying.
I didn't see that coming at all.
That was
Just
really
saying.
stupid.
Just saying, Gary must be enjoying this one so much more because he actually gets to think about each episode now instead of that garbage binge release that the first couple of seasons of Daredevil had.
3 seasons.
This is a straw man of straw mans.
Nobody's talking about Daredevil since it released. Binge.
I'm glad
That's
you
what
brought that up, Jeremy, because just this last Tuesday would have been the finale of One Piece season 2.
Hey,
Anybody still
You would've
talking
been
about
talking
one?
about it.
I liked you liked One Piece season 2. I liked One Piece season 2. I thought it was really good. Nobody's talking about it anymore.
right.
Oddly enough, it's still in the top 10.
No
as far
fucking
as, like,
body's
original
talking
streaming
about
series.
Daredevil but us either, okay?
But, you know, no, like there's something missing about that. Like One Piece was interesting and fun, and I would have really have liked to have dived into each episode individually with you guys and just chat about the individual thing, because it all dumped all at once. When we were trying to talk about it, that was like so hard to
Well,
latch onto something.
And
like,
what happens is, and listen, it all comes down. This is the one thing Jeremy and I and everybody here agrees on. It's got to be good. Okay, it's got to be good.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
the thing is, you lose the opportunity with a good show to keep it in the zeitgeist for longer, so it doesn't feel like it's gone as long when they take a 2-year break, a 2.5-year break, and One Piece season 2's viewership was down 30%. It still did really good. It's still charting. But it's the conversation is gone. The One Piece season 1 conversation was going on for a month and a half with a binge, which is crazy. So that's gone. And this is why Netflix has stopped, because they've hit the point where they've hit maturity as far as subs. They're still going to gain subs, but they're like, we're going to stop reporting them now and start reporting on profitability, which ultimately is what matters. But the reason they're stopping talking about their subscriber growth is because there's only so many people on the planet who are going to subscribe to Netflix anyway. And a lot of the fudging of the numbers that Disney Plus was doing, particularly with cricket in India, they can't pull that shit anymore. So
Disney Plus just seems so irrelevant as a platform.
Dude,
like nobody talks about anything on Disney Plus. Like, what is the last thing that actually was relevant on Disney Plus that was successful that people liked? Andor in our sphere. I know it didn't have big numbers, but I'm just saying, like, at least people liked Andor. Like, what else has Disney Plus had?
but nobody
I'm
watched
genuine.
it. Yeah, it's like-
I know. I'm genuinely asking that question though. Like,
Mando, that's the last thing I could really.
Mandalorian
think of.
season 2 might be the
maybe
last
Loki.
real hit that they had. Loki
people
season 1, a
liked
lot of people
Loki.
did talk about that one.
Yeah,
The
But-
baby
that
was
was a
watching
long ass time ago.
group shorts.
Yeah.
There's like only 5 of them.
That was when everyone was getting Disney Plus accounts from Verizon, and they were getting
Oh
all
yeah.
all
Yeah.
those
It was
yeah.
when it had
stuff
just
going around.
launched, right? It was
Yeah.
within
They
the
just
first
launched,
year,
yeah.
year and a half of
Yeah.
it launched, and everyone was inside for COVID and like all this
Right.
shit. Like that's part of the reason that happened. The only things that are watched on Disney Plus effectively right now are like kids shows and kids movies.
Bluey.
And yes, exactly. And it's just and like Moana or Coco or whatever. And it's just like parents turn it on and sit their kids down in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. When it comes to the new shows that are coming out, the things that they're spending 100, 150, 200 million dollars on, no one is watching the adult oriented, I guess you could say it that way, the adult oriented shows on Disney Plus at all.
Yeah, because like I mean, you have things like that are coming out for Amazon. You have things that are coming out on Paramount. You have things that are coming out on Netflix. People are talking about. Nobody talks about anything that happens on Disney Plus. Nothing. It feels like a graveyard of things that they have the IP control over, so they can. They have all the Marvel stuff over there and everything. But yeah, Disney Plus sucks.
Yeah, that's a really good question. What is the show that got good ratings that everybody was talking about? What was the last one?
X-Men 97, maybe?
Nah, that didn't hit.
It
the
didn't
like
chart.
that.
More
That-
niche.
It didn't chart.
I think
I
X-Men
think it was-
97 had good feedback, but it didn't like transcend
No.
like
Yeah.
the nerd
No,
sphere.
no, it certainly didn't transcend.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
think it
Good
was
numbers.
Loki.
I
I think it was
Loki. I think
Loki.
it's Loki.
It might have been Loki. Yeah.
I don't even know if Loki considered like I think Mandalorian season 2 is the last one that really turned
Maybe.
the needle.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Loki
maybe.
season
Yeah.
1 did numbers.
Well, if we
It
want
did,
to,
it did numbers, but it didn't. No one was like, I can't wait for the next season. Like everybody was hyped for Mandalorian, regardless of how you feel about it now. Like season 2 had people excited,
True.
and
Yeah.
I'd
they
be
pissed that all the way. Well, that's you. We know that you're mad
Yeah.
at everything.
well,
I was
Shogun,
angry that everyone
Shogun,
was so excited for Deadeye's Luke Skywalker and Cameo of the Week retard shit. Everybody, a lot of people did like it. You are correct.
Desperate Housewives.
When's the last time that aired?
It's been a while.
I just remember Terry
been a
Hatcher
while.
was on that, and that made me happy.
there you go.
Oh,
The chat was bringing up Shogun. So you're talking about an FX show that was imported to Hulu, which is now going to be pretty much consumed by Disney Plus, even though what's happening is Hulu is taking over Disney Plus and they're just renaming it Disney Plus. So yeah, like all the FX shows and all the Hulu shows, those are the ones that are getting ratings. And that's typical Bob Iger. He had to buy that $72 billion to get access to Hulu. And then an extra, I forgot how much they paid Comcast to get the whole thing, but it was a lot.
That muddies the waters and confuses the customer. Because like, okay, I'm a family and I wanna watch a family movie, a cartoon movie. Where do I go? Disney. All right. I'm a 25-year-old male that wants to watch like a action drama TV show. Disney
Plus. Yeah.
I want to watch a rated R horror movie. Disney.
yeah.
This
doesn't
was
make
something
any sense.
JPEG spoke about. He said that their viewership was kind of like growing up from Disney children, and now they've got their own kids. And he says, we want to provide people something to watch after their kids have gone to bed. So that's why they just thought they could become a one-stop platform. But
Disney's Hellraiser.
Disney's
like-
If you look
It'll
at the list
happen.
of stuff that Disney owns, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's Alien Earth. Was it? Well, that was on Hulu.
Okay.
That was on Hulu. It charted, I think, a little bit, and it was awful.
Well, the fact that we're struggling to have a definitive answer proves the point.
Yeah.
that they really
been a
have
while.
nothing. Yeah, it's been a while, and even the thing that was something we're pointing to, Mandalorian, they pissed away all that goodwill too, and we're going to find out just how good of a job they did with that with the Mandalorian soon, very soon, actually.
It's going to make $2 billion, guys.
$2 billion.
Oh, yeah,
$2
totally.
billion.
You guys don't think Ahsoka season 2 is going to clear the charts?
Oh.
That's later this
The
year.
only good thing about that show died a couple of years ago, so no.
Sadly,
R.I.P.
Right.
Yes.
R.I.P.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, like people, of course, chat. People did like Andor, but it didn't. More
didn't
people
turn the
watched the
needle, though.
Acolyte.
Yeah.
More people watched the Acolyte, and they spent $600 million. That's over. That's over $500 million to you and me. Okay. Good
Lord.
God.
Where does this money go?
What was that?
Where does the money go? It just is like it's so wild to me.
It
I mean,
goes,
Andor had pretty good production value, and it did.
Yeah.
You know, it looked really good, and it was one of the
It
better
cost
looking.
$1 billion for
Yeah.
2 seasons.
Mm-hmm. But
But no
yeah, I
one
mean, the amount of money that they dump into things, it's so weird with these budgets, because we talk about them all the time about these budgets being out of control. And you look at something like Godzilla -1, you know, and then you look at even something like on a bigger scale, like the Galaxy movie is $100 million budget, Ryan, for the Galaxy movie, Mario Galaxy.
I think it was
110, yeah.
But like these
Yeah, pretty
Disney animated movies usually have like a $150-200 million budget. And it's crazy that they just keep pumping these insane budgets out there.
Well, the bloat
And it's
is
not like
crazy
they
as
look
well.
like amazing either. They're not like mind blowing, like, oh my God, I see where the money went. You're like Acolyte. You look at it and go like, what the hell did they spend this on?
Yeah.
Well,
I
they
think
have
you
so
can-
much. I was just saying they have so much bloat, especially with the new contracts that came out from the strike, where they have to have X many writers, X many producers. They have to have people on set making sure retarded things like, and then they have sensitivity readers, and then they
Ugh.
also have all the reshoots and everything. And there's probably so many redundant jobs for people just getting a paycheck to fill certain tick boxes that they just end up wasting ridiculous amounts of money. But
And
they're
then-
locked in; they have to work through these guilds and these contracts, and so. The result is they can't be efficient at all now.
A certain amount of transcripts and
well,
A lot of
Yikes.
what Hollywood is was formed at a time where they couldn't lose money. They were the only game in town. Everyone watched them, and they just made billions upon billions all the time. And so that led them to do things like, we're really going to pander to our head actors. We're going to have people all around them. We're going to be serving food all over the place. We're going to be catering for our staff. And so all the stuff that businesses would do to run lean, they never needed to learn, and they just don't know how to. And all their actors now think that, you know, we're really incredible stars that need all of this stuff and negotiate all this stuff as a matter of course, and it just ruins the budget. You can't imagine, like, just working for your average company and having half the benefits that you see on the sets.
But they keep going, which is the baffling part. It's like they spend all this money over budget, and then the returns aren't there, and they continue to make stuff. I'm like, how? They have this, like, this red tape and all of these little backdoor deals that got to be floating them around.
Well, it's also starting to catch up with them now. So shareholders are starting to wake up
True.
to the fact that it's never going to change, and it's starting to impact their stocks. So we're going to see how that plays out in the long term, and especially with the new CEO in place, there is a great chance he's not going to be around for too long at Disney. They are going to rug pull him just like they did with Chapek and install Dana Walden. That is very much on the table. So with the
They're
decline
using
in
him
shares,
so he could kick
Yeah.
people out.
Yep. Mhm.
yeah.
Makes sense.
Disney's the one that's never going to change, like, ever. So I wouldn't be surprised about that. But it's the way the system's set up, so they have to spend that much money, and it really is insane. But when you ratchet it up that much, and you have that much redundancy that Shad was talking about, with particularly with the unions. We just had Jim Agnew on the Nooner a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about he had a guy pressing a button for a smoke machine, and the union comes in and goes, no, that guy can't press that button. You need to have a special guy to press the button for the smoke machine.
Yeah.
You know, that's
We're not
that's
going
what
probably
adds to your
cost-
budgets.
He probably costs twice as much as well because he's a trade
an
expert.
expert. He's an expert.
We're
okay.
not going to let you get away with almost calling Shad as. You miss
Yeah,
him that
R.I.P.,
much, don't
man.
you? You miss him that
That's
much,
okay.
don't
I
you?
miss him
I
that
take
much.
that-
Yeah.
I take that as a compliment.
both Kiwis, right?
We need
So-
someone to embed the spiritual energy of Az.
They're
here.
both Kiwis.
All right, so Shad, can you just go on about a 2-minute F-bomb rant right now in memory of Az for no reason? Like, just interrupt everybody. Just do it.
So I can't. Stop me. I can't.
You can say retarded.
I can say retarded really well. With the right.
Just say you're
Aussie
boring.
thing.
You're boring. You're boring.
No,
We
but
do-
bottom
we do
bottom
love
line
this
is
format.
when you build up a system so much and it's based on these budgets, it's hard to go back and contract. They're going to have to do it, but really it's competitive nature, and what the shareholders are seeing now is this stuff has never made money, and it's not normal for a corporation to be in massive debt. All of them are, by the way. Disney's massively in debt. Actually, Disney was more in debt than Paramount and Warner Brothers combined.
Really?
And yeah, they were in the 40s.
There is a difference because of the money they bring in, though, right? It's
most of what they do.
In the same way that like my debt could be like relatively low compared to somebody else's, but if you have way higher income, that debt to income ratio is going to be vastly different.
Yeah.
But the thing about Disney is their TV and their movie sector hasn't been making money, and it's been writing stuff down. Even with an Avatar movie that made a bunch of money that carried the theaters through January, they didn't make a ton of money off that.
But Doomsday's coming out. It's going to make all the money, right?
Yes.
It's going to make all the profit of losing hundreds of millions of dollars, even if it makes 1.5 billion. Golly, man. They are in a bad spot right now. And I told you this the other day. I think I told you this, Gary. For the first time in years, I checked out Galaxy's Edge.
Why?
Fucking hell. It was so dead. And you have to understand in Orlando, you have Toy Story Land that is right before it. Toy Story Land, energy, excitement, people are there. You go over to Galaxy's Edge, it feels like you're walking into Disney Plus, a literal graveyard. It's so bad.
Actors that are playing, basically
that's in California.
Yeah.
And I will say I was skipping around one of the live streams of somebody who was there for last night for like the debut of these characters and stuff. It was much more packed there. And obviously people were very excited to see Darth Vader and Luke and hear the music and all that stuff.
And that's the point. Like if you actually put, the real characters there and honor real Star Wars, people are going to show up because there's a desire to see that. But this is just like, we're going to learn this with the Mandalorian here pretty soon, but people don't care about these Disney creations. They don't care. And proof is going to be in the pudding pretty soon. Hopefully, anyway. We'll see what happens with the Mandalorian, but it ain't tracking very well.
No, and whoever made the decision to, we don't care about what 50-year-olds think. We're going to make our new Star Wars. That person should have been fired.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Just for that decision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Forget about Solo, which lost money.
Solo lost money. That's right.
But it might make more than Mando and Grogu.
It's going to be bad. It's going to be
Mando.
Never.
I can't wait to see. When is this actually coming out? Like 2 weeks? 3 weeks?
2 weeks. 22nd.
Okay. 22nd. So is that
Just
we
will see
for Japan for us?
Oh wow,
right
yeah. So
Japan.
you guys are doing Japan, we're doing the Nine meetup. So holy crap, man! So we're all gonna be busy. That's
One's
all
a little
right.
Closer than the other.
We will have phones. Don't you guys have phones? We have phones, and we will record our reaction of the death of Star Wars once again.
I'll have a review ready to go.
They can sell enough cute baby Grogu.
I don't think so. I think
missed the boat on that.
I think the shine is off that shoe, man. I mean, again, you're gonna have some people that are gonna eat that shit up, but I just think the Baby Yoda craze is completely over for the most part. People are not falling for that anymore.
Agreed.
The Mandalorian and Grogu is from geeksandgamers.com, right?
That's right.
The Mandalorian and Grogu tracking for lowest Star Wars box office opening ever. And the Access Media will spin this as a positive. Well, they will find a way.
And understand this. This is the first Star Wars movie since the Rise of Skywalker. Or I was going to say
Skywalker.
Rise of
Jeremy
I was
has a
thinking
stroke
about
midstream.
I was thinking about memeing on Rise of the Skywalker, and I fucked it up. Shout out to our good buddy on that one, Rise of the Skywalker, for the uninitiated. But anyway, you would think that there would be some excitement. You would think there would be some anticipation. You would think that there would be people that were going, finally, Star Wars is returning to the movies.
Where it belongs.
It's going to be a moment. We're all going to dress up as Mando. We're all going to take our baby Yodas. We're all going to have... Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. Because this is what Disney has been doing for the last several years now. This is a result of everything you have done since The Force Awakens dropped. And you're going to see it right here. They can't spin it because we've seen it with all the Mandalorian stuff, with the live action stuff, Ahsoka, Book of Boba Fett, all this shit. They've been able to keep Acolyte. They've been able to keep that on their own platform.
Yeah.
You can't do that now. Whatever these box office numbers are, this is going to be what they're going to have to deal with, and get ready for them to blame toxic fans once again.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened already.
Channels.
No, but you're right, Jeremy. I think, oh my God, there's a tweet out there. I'd have to ask Chris. Chris, if you're listening, please send it to me. That you read it 2 weeks ago on Versus, and it's a guy who listed every canceled or every announced movie by Kathleen Kennedy. The list is
it's big. It's big.
Stupid long.
Chris, send it to me. I'll check.
And we've had and this movie was never a part of that list. Okay, the list of initially announced. This was never part of it.
Wait, it's
my God, like, that's amazing.
Just to be frank, this one is like a really easy one for them to make.
Yep.
Because obviously they didn't put a whole lot of effort into fucking writing this thing. Like we thought it was just Mando season 4 that they had like condensed, but in fact, no, that's not the case. And they wrote something entirely new that they had never planned on, just to fucking jam it in here. Because season 4 was actually supposed to play it and connect a bunch to what they were doing in Ahsoka and all these things. This is what Favreau said, but that's not what this movie is. This is just a random fucking side adventure that they fucking made up to make a movie, and they knew they could get it done fucking quickly. Because say what you will about what they've been putting out in this Mandoverse, Favreau does know how to actually make stuff and get it done and keep a schedule. So like, I don't know what this is going to be about. I truly think, and I've been saying it for a while, I have a feeling that we are going to see a Han, Luke, and Leia cameo in this movie for like 5 fucking minutes, completely irrelevant, that only exists for them to be basically like mockeries of themselves while clapping all the new characters on their back.
100%.
Like I feel it, because there's no way that what they've shown us that they think it has any chance in hell of doing anything. I think they're saving something. And I think the idea that it's coinciding at this time where they're bringing back those characters to the theme park in Galaxy's Edge in California, I don't know. It's just a gut feeling I have.
I think
because if they don't, what else do they have?
Well,
this movie's got nothing.
I think you have a point. Look, that's their go-to thing. They don't have substance, so they just jangling keys. That's what Doomsday is all about. Just bring in all the jangling keys and cameos.
That's how Mando is
Disney
about.
has shown that nothing is really beneath them. If it's like cheap and lazy, but it thinks that it'll get eyeballs, they would do it. And that is a very easy thing for them to do, to try and it's right in their playbook.
That's generally
maybe they're going to debut another like baby animal of some kind.
Well, they already have it in there.
They did have the little baby Rodian or something in the trailer.
They got all the Babu Fricks too.
Yeah.
Is that what Star Wars is now?
Yeah,
debuting another baby version of something.
It started with the Porgs, man. It started with the Porgs. Everybody go, oh, look at the big eyes. They're so cute.
Have a baby Darth Vader.
No, I mean, they got
and the Porgs
that female.
They did that
audience
already,
they've been trying to
I just could see like a completely meaningless fucking sequence in which like randomly they show up at the end and off the Falcon come Han and Leia and Luke says something just completely inconsequential to fucking Grogu about finding his way in the universe, and fucking Han turns to like Sigourney Weaver's general character and then talks to him. He's like, hey kid, you better listen to her. Life gets a lot easier when you listen to a strong woman. You know, and you'll have a couple people who see their like de-aged CGI faces and clap, and it's like, isn't this what fans have been waiting for? And like, it's gonna happen, and there's gonna be people that just I say deep throat Dave Filoni, but it's tough to deep throat something that's only an inch and a half long. But you'll have people that'll deep throat Filoni if that shit fucking happens, and pretend like he fucking saved Star Wars because he brought back these disgusting, just like CGI abominations of these characters.
See, I heard you talk about this today, and I don't think you're wrong, but I also don't think that the same reaction is going to be there. I think this is going to be more, there's going to be people that'll cheer for it, whatever, but like, I'm just saying, like, to hit the level that it did for Mandalorian season 2, I don't think that's just going to, that ain't happening at all. I think you're going to get a lot of people that are going to roll their eyes at this and go, really? Like, this is going to come off as desperation. I almost feel like when you initially talked about this today on Daily, when you first said it, I'm like, there's no way that's happening. And then the more you made the case, Ryan, I was like, you know, I kind of see this happening with you bringing the Disneyland thing and all of that. And I kind of hope they do it. I actually hope they do it because I don't think it's going to land very well at all. I really
don't think it'll have the same impact just because it's not going to get people to go to the cinema just for this sequence. It'll get recorded, it'll go viral on social media. That might be a bit of reaction, but it's an entirely, like, it's a much more significant barrier to entry to go all the way down to the cinema to see it than put on streaming. And so it may get cheering, it may even get people defending the movie, but none of that gets bums and seats and a bigger box office, which is what they're after.
That's more what like a TV movie. It looks like a TV movie that they put on the big screen, and that does not bring people to the theater. There's nothing enticing about the trailers that look, oh man, I gotta watch this. Oh, this is gonna add to the Star Wars universe. None of that.
How long is it gonna take for this to hit streaming? Because
Well,
I think a lot of people are gonna wait.
If it underperforms, even if it'll go to streaming, but even if when it underperforms, because it's not going to hit $1 billion, it's not going to hit the $2 billion mark, and it has Han, Luke, and Leia in it. Okay, get ready. We're going to see the remake of Star Wars. That's the next thing in the pipeline because there's nothing stopping them now. That would be the final possible Hail Mary is to put Han, Luke, and Leia back in using AI.
Yes. Every franchise is in that. Every major genre science fiction fantasy franchise is in that position right now. They need to either reboot completely or remake. That's
such a bad idea.
That's where Marvel's headed too.
They need to put it on ice. And then
it's not going to happen. Not going to happen.
No, it's not.
But have you guys seen, because we're going into Star Wars week and there's all the sales and stuff, but we just got all of the merch for the Mandalorian and Grogu movie. Have you guys seen the popcorn buckets? This is it.
What the hell am I looking at?
This is a trash.
This is a garbage bag filled with popcorn, and it says on it, if you have a Grogu-sized appetite. This was in my local theater yesterday for Animal Farm.
That's awesome. I would eat that much.
Are you kidding me?
I'm so serious. Let me zoom in.
Maybe this is gonna be funny.
They made that themselves.
This looks like
they
a
just
joke.
They stuck some stickers on the side.
Okay.
That's not. I don't think it's a Lucasfilm approved one. I have seen other. There are official. Like, there's actually a bunch of official popcorn buckets and crap and shit like that, and fucking
my
Ed
God,
and
that's so
Grogu
bad.
and all this stuff. They'll do everything they can with it.
Should have
But
fries.
you know how I knew that this movie was not tracking to do well was when I saw the fast food collaborations.
Oh,
And they've got a collaboration with Burger King instead of McDonald's. You know that's fucking second tier right there.
How many times they fucked over McDonald's at this point from delaying shit?
Yeah, that's not good.
I wish more companies would do that because Burger King or Hungry Jack's in Australia is just better than McDonald's. Hands down. There's no competition.
It's Hungry
No
Jack.
one goes there.
Yeah,
And Masters
in
of the
Australia
Universe.
it's called Hungry Jack's.
Wow.
Masters of the Universe is
He's
in
not even a
Denny's.
king. He's just a jack.
Because some idiot thought that was a better name for Australians because Australians wouldn't like Burger King for some.
Well, they don't like the king.
Yeah, is it because you're like a fucking
It's
like?
because you say
What do you mean?
burger
We're
weird.
still part of the Commonwealth. Like,
Well,
But that's what I
begrudgingly.
mean. Is it like sacrilege or something to have something named like king if you like are still part of the Commonwealth? I don't know.
No, because it was a
you
queen at the time.
yeah.
Third point.
All I'm
They could have
saying is
Dairy Queen.
I need to see Baby Yoda wearing a Burger King crown.
Oh,
The memes will be glorious. The memes will be
stand by.
glorious.
I said this earlier today. The only thing that could save this movie for me is if they kill off Baby Yoda.
That ain't happening.
wow.
And
That's
I
not
have
happening.
hope.
God, please.
10 out of 10.
I have hope because if you remember, right before Mando season 2, they came out with that super expensive replica of the Razor's Crest, and that like sold out right away. And a lot of people were excited to get this expensive fucking Razor's Crest toy. And like the first or second episode, the thing fucking blows up.
Ryan,
They just sold that really expensive Baby Yoda doll.
I like your thinking on this one.
I'm just saying, I hope history repeats itself.
We'll give him like a
it is
point
more
today.
likely. It is more likely they'll kill off the Mandalorian and make Grogu the main character. Than kill
It's on.
I mean,
I don't hate
bad
that idea
I mean,
either.
it's-
I don't hate that idea.
Yeah.
Was it on this
Go together,
show
like-
where somebody came up with the theory that at the end of this whole Mandoverse saga, that Ahsoka is going to take Grogu into the world between worlds, and he's going to go back in time and become Yoda? Was that on this show?
Oh.
I think you mentioned that like
Yes.
last
we had
week.
discussed
Yes.
that one.
No.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
And
But it's possible.
I didn't come up with it. Somebody else did.
That's
And
so
I heard that and I was like, fuck
It's
me.
possible.
Jesus.
It's possible.
Dude, anything is possible.
Yes,
Yeah.
like Disney has made such retarded things in their actual
The only thing-
produce release stuff that nothing is beyond them.
The only thing they won't do is erase the Disney trilogy. That's the only thing they will not do. They will do
Gary.
anything else, though.
I do have that list.
Okay, let's take a look at it. Okay,
This is
since
incredible.
Rise of Skywalker closed the Skywalker saga in December of 2019, Disney has announced at least 10 new Star Wars theatrical films. 0 have made it to the theater. The one that finally broke the streak is a $166 million repackaged D+ TV season. Rian Johnson trilogy, Benioff and Weiss trilogy.
Not a
trilogy.
Not a movie. We're talking about a trilogy.
A trilogy. Kevin Feige's film, Patty Jenkins' Rogue Squadron, Taika Waititi's project, Damon Lindelof's Rey film, Stephen Knight's Rey film, Guillermo del Toro's Jabba movie, James Mangold's Dawn of the Jedi, Dave Filoni's Mandalorian team-up film, all announced with press releases, all dead, parked, and delayed. What about Charmin Obaid-Chinoy? I want to make men uncomfortable.
That's right. Yeah. What about that movie?
By not making a movie.
This is
If
even
you count-
all of them.
No, this is
Wow.
you had Josh Tranks. Saying since the Rise of Skywalker though.
Oh,
So because there was a
Several
Josh
before.
Trank movie and there was a couple of other ones that
What about the Lando movie? That's now a TV show. That's now a movie. That's still technically in production. or
was that
whatever.
announced as a movie?
It was
I don't
announced
remember
as
if
a
it was announced
TV
movie or
show.
a TV show, but then it got changed
Yeah.
to one or the
Yeah.
other. It's been so
Okay.
long, I forget.
Yeah.
Oh, there
'Cause
was a
if you
droids
actually-
show that was announced. Not a movie, though. It's not a movie. It's a show.
If you count the trilogies as individual films from this list, that's like 15. And then you have Charmin Obaid-Chinoy, like 16
Holy-
films. Holy crap.
That is the leadership of Kathleen Kennedy right there. The greatest leader of all time, according to Hollywood and Disney.
Imagine
it's-
being these shills out here gassing up Disney, saying that they're still doing a good job with Star Wars. How could you say that?
It's
You're a
wild.
joke. You're a
Left.
joke.
We're
dude.
still
When
saying
you
it.
get flown out
They're
there,
still
and
saying it.
when you're
Yeah.
handed a gift bag, you're flown out there, and then you start a podcast saying you're not a shill.
Look,
That's
what's in this gift bag? You know,
Eric Voss. So yeah, and I guess the budget's 166 million. Wow, that's practically an indie film for a Lucasfilm. But not mentioning Charmin Obaid-Chinoy's movie, which was announced, I believe it was New Year's Day of 2024. So it's been a couple years, not in production. They brought out Daisy Ridley
At Star Wars
at
Celebration.
Star Wars Celebration, and not a peep about this movie.
wow.
And
Right here, this is a fake Wizards picture. That's how Mandalorian makes some money. If
there you go.
Baby Yoda drops the N word,
Aw.
Yeah, that's it.
I'll go see it 100 times. I'll go see it
You got
100
him off
times.
the plane.
Oh,
Yeah.
But we've sat here and like watched this all happen in real time. Like, it is unbelievable how they fucked this up. It should not be this fucked up. This should have been something that could have gone forever, even if you just made mediocre Star Wars for the last 10 years. If you had made no Star Wars for the last 10 years, it would be better off.
Yeah,
If
sadly.
you just kept remaking Darth Vader action figures, and selling shit, you'd be better off.
That is wild when you think about that, because it's true. It's like, I think they've lost more money on Star Wars overall since buying it, if you include the money that they spent to purchase it as well. Is that true?
I don't think they've
It's
lost
still
money
a
at all.
your brand, but you got to
No.
look at what the factor that they have no data on is money left on the table, like loss of potential money that they could have made if Galaxy's Edge had Darth Vader in it and Han Solo and Luke Skywalker from the get-go, and it had more real Star Wars stuff in it.
Or the
it would have
hotel.
brought more people to the hotels, or the hotel was like
that failed.
a hotel on Cloud City or something, and it
Space line dancing.
That's what I mean when you think about the millions of dollars they've lost in like producing the hotel, then the films they've it must be up in the billions, and then if you count in the cost of purchasing
Lost
the
sales.
entire franchise as well, like the amount of lost money associated with their handling of Star Wars.
I don't think they've had a net loss, but I think that they have lost a lot of potential money.
Oh, yeah,
they've left a lot of money on the table. Is all I'm saying.
People worth of the brand.
Yeah.
People like to try to calculate just simply and solely the box office returns and stuff. And it's like that discounts all of the other merchandising deals. And people will be like, oh, there's stuff on the shelves. Well, they get paid up front in a big way for a lot of these fucking deals with these companies. So have they actually lost money on it? I don't believe that at all.
You've got to consider damage to brand, though. I think that's even more
brand
important,
value.
Because the reason why they announced all of these movies is because Kathleen Kennedy and everyone assumed this would just sell. They didn't need to really put in much effort. They announced 15 movies because all of them would be 15 smash hits. You know?
Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
And
that was
why
never
not
going to
think
happen,
that?
though, when they spend all of their initial prep time on the movie working out how they can make it for people that aren't the audience. This is why they had so much time, so much problem making a Blade movie, because every single time they didn't want to make a Blade movie, they wanted to make it for somebody else. And
there was a fantastic quote there where they said, like, we don't want Blade just killing vampires. Like,
what? And so that's why nothing gets past the development stage, because they bring in all these people and they'll go, well, we're not the target audience, so we're going to make it for us. Then it gets further up the chain. What are you doing? You can't make this as a movie. So they go back to scratch and it all repeats all over again. The only way you could do a worse scenario is if you actually made the thing, because I guarantee it got into a point where it could have been made. They would have had ideas or scripts or pitches, and even like this is so bad even Kathleen Kennedy didn't want to make them. The kind of quality they were producing.
Now, they would have invested money in some of the initial kind of production on some of these things to hire potential script writers and stuff.
Some production work as well.
So, yeah, I wonder how much like money Dark or TD, was he given any money for the prep work of that thing, or it was just like, let's talk about it?
No, they were given money. They were all given money. When it was announced, there is some money involved. I don't know how much, but they don't work for free. So
did he say let's talk about it? Is that what you said?
My apologies.
That sounds like the name of James Gunn's new podcast where he asks fans what is and isn't canon in his universe.
Oh my
god. But yeah, interesting enough, somebody just brought up Kathleen Kennedy, how she didn't even want to do anything with these. Remember, to prove how bad women are at making movies, Kathleen Kennedy predicted that she would have a woman direct a Star Wars movie before she leaves Lucasfilm. That was like 7 years ago.
Oh, how'd that work out?
How'd that work out? Okay. How'd that work out? And he could have gave it to Headland. You know, that would have been good. I'm sure that would have worked out really good.
And some of it is like obviously terrible decision making and stuff. Some of it is also just extraordinarily bad luck. Like, hey, Patty Jenkins, the newest hot female director, she wants to do a Star Wars movie. Let's go. Then they make Wonder Woman 1984, and it's like,
never mind.
Take that contract back.
She didn't notice that she had Wonder Woman rape a guy.
I still can't get over that. That's just wild.
It is weird. They've done that a lot. Like they go for the new shiny toy every time. Benioff and Weiss, they bring them in, and then you have the Game of Thrones, Taika Waititi, Rian Johnson. They bring him in. They offer him a trilogy before The Last Jedi even comes out. You just make all of these promises based on trendy shit.
But here's the thing: the guys you did hire for a trendy shit like that, like Lord and Miller, you don't let them make their movie, and they're like, all right, I guess we'll fucking wait a while and make another space movie that we want to. And Project Hail Mary comes out, and it's just massively fucking successful in its own way.
They've had several successes since then, since they got fired.
Yeah, but specifically for a space movie. That's the
yeah.
I'm not talking about like 22 Jump Street.
Well, and now their name, their stock has risen pretty high at this point. So they are going to be not Nolan level, but just below now, because there's no directors out there that are really that popular or that capable at this moment. We used to have dozens of directors. Now it's like we got
Nolan and Villeneuve. Those are the only two names that are really turning the needle,
like
on
cinema.
Cinema. Yeah, that's it.
Speaking of cinema,
those guys' stock is very high right now.
Oh yeah,
moving forward after Project Hail Mary, rightfully so.
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to hit that.
No, it's par for the course, man.
That's never happened to me before. Speaking of cinema and cinematic visionaries, James Gunn.
Oh,
If you ask James Gunn, he'll tell you he's the best director he knows.
dude.
Getting high off his own
It's
supply.
so fucking unbelievable how badly this. I mean, again, we just talked about how bad Disney has fucked everything up. James Gunn he's heading in the same direction right now.
Very
same
surprising
direction.
too, because he went in with like the most goodwill. People loved his movies. They felt he was doing a great job with Guardians of the Galaxy. He got this job and was like, wow, this could actually be good for DC. It was kind of floundering there. The executives were messing up the vision of the stories that were coming out, and the stories weren't all that great. And maybe this will come together and we'll have a great DC.
It reflected what they did in the publishing realm too, where DC and Marvel would always pluck each other's talent. You know, that was something that happened a lot. So it mirrored that, and we're like, okay, maybe he could do it.
The issue is though, he was okay. So he did Guardians of the Galaxy, and that's it. It's the same as Paramount and getting the Duffer Brothers when they've had
one
success.
100%.
And then you think they can do other things, but they've got no proven success of that. And James Gunn just makes the same thing every single time.
At least with Disney Star Wars, though, you know, why wouldn't they think if we just shit something out, people will buy it? Because they made The Force Awakens, and that thing made $2 billion. So they were like, we don't even have to try hard at this. This is awesome. Then, you know, time corrected them on that one. But with the James Gunn didn't really take off like The Force Awakens did, although we have been told it's a massively successful movie. We were wrong about the budget, although there were some government records out there to show that. So apparently they're just lying to the government, which I'm sure the IRS would want to know about if that was true or not. Excuse me.
Gary, don't die on us.
I won't die on you today. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Listen, Ryan's already jealous of Az. He don't need to be jealous of you too. Okay, so we need you to stay around.
James Gunn gives official production update on 5 DCU projects. 5,
dude.
Wow.
What are we doing? Like, what is where does they get all this? Okay, what is their deal with James Gunn? Like, what is the agreement? Do we know exactly like what their agreement is with this motherfucker? Like, can they get out of this? Do they have to pay him a huge, fee if they fire him? Like,
well, it's about to come up for renewal, isn't it? In the next year.
Yeah, I don't think
extended by 1 year into 27. So he's on until 27.
That is the fact that they paid J.J. Abrams all that fucking money. He produced nothing. And now you've got James Gunn heading up the studio. And I'm sorry, man. Superman is not like that. It was just not a good movie. And it was definitely not a good movie to set the tone for the future of the universe. Now you got Supergirl set. And then you've got a confusing situation because you've got Batman, which is far better received than the Superman movie, even though I didn't love the Batman movie. It was fine.
I didn't either.
But it's fine. It was like a, 6.5, whatever. 6 or 7.
Ryan loved it.
Internet 6 or 7. There you go, internet. Yeah, Ryan was a big fan of that one.
It's a good 7.
But you have this confusion because they're not in the same universe. So the normie audience has no idea what the hell is going on. And a lot of people are expecting maybe that they're going to show up together in a film because they've been, taught that from the Marvel Cinematic Universe that everything is connected. I don't know what the hell the plan is, but it's not going to work.
He doesn't either, obviously. And as far as the contract, he was negotiating from a position of power, Jeremy. So I'm pretty sure he got everything he fucking wanted. And he based that on being fired from Marvel. And he probably has, he's the creative director. So he's a co-CEO, but he handles all the creative stuff. So he's got nobody telling him no, other than with budgets, I would imagine. Because I'm thinking even a dumb fuck at Warner Brothers would go, wait a minute, Supergirl as your second movie?
Seriously, this is terrible.
It's not what it was supposed to be, though.
No, it's worse.
Let me see if I can pull that up. I don't know if I still have that somewhere, that fucking timeline.
Do we have the video where he announced? Do you remember that video where he's like in a Looks like
The
he was just in a,
DC.
he's
in like a
hotel room.
hotel conference room. Here, I've got. I don't have the exact one that he showed, but I have the one that got made up after he made the announcements.
Okay.
We'll
pull the article back up.
This was 3 years ago when all this stuff got announced. Like the path forward for the DCU, right? Shazam, Flash, and then the universe reset, while having Blue Beetle be the official first thing in the DCU, but Aquaman not counting in the DCU.
We had a reset.
Yeah, what was up with that?
But then not a reset afterwards because Blue Beetle's gonna. Let's talk about Blue Beetle too. That was that was something, wasn't it?
And so these were all the things that were announced for Chapter 1, Gods and Monsters.
Look at this line. I love that line around Creature Commandos and Walt. Like, what the fuck are we like? Everybody's gonna get this. This will make tons of sense to everybody.
To be fair, this is not the one that they presented. This is the one that someone made up after they made their presentation. But the Chapter 1's Gods and Monsters, we were supposed to get Creature Commando, check.
Yeah.
The Waller live action series.
Oh, I'm so disappointed we didn't get that, Ryan.
Superman Legacy, renamed, but it happened.
Yep.
Lanterns, completely and totally reworked, but that is coming out. The Authority, shit canned.
Yep.
Paradise Lost, the Game of Thrones style Themyscira show.
Oh,
Not
boy.
about Wonder Woman, just about Amazons.
Lesbian Game of Thrones.
In production.
Okay, I'm
Could've been good.
I'm kind of interested. I'm kind of interested to be honest.
In production hell, but James Gunn claims they're still working on it.
Right.
Batman Brave and the Bold, they just started writing the script from the person who did The Flash and Harley Quinn Birds of Prey.
Oh, thank
Booster
God.
Gold,
Yikes.
nowhere to be fucking spoke of, although James Gunn says they're hard at work.
Booster
Supergirl
Gold
Woman of
sounds like
Tomorrow.
a sponsor.
Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, renamed, but is happening. Swamp Thing, nope. Clayface was not part of that plan, but now Clayface is like the first movie in the DC universe, apparently, according to James Gunn.
Yes.
Great
also,
job.
remember all of these things that they're not that are not happening. What is James Gunn's go-to excuse? Well, we're not going to put anything into production unless the script is 100% finalized. Well, that didn't stop Man of Tomorrow when you had just got done with the first draft that immediately went into production. Also, Clayface, that script was not ready. That went through hellish fucking rewrites. It's no longer what Mike Flanagan originally intended. It's James Gunn is just a lying sack of shit. I hate that motherfucker.
Have we ever seen James Gunn and Kathleen Kennedy in the same room?
No.
Just
You know we
saying.
haven't.
Starting to see a trend here.
I love Superman and Lois is on the bottom right there, Ryan. That show is so much better than
Everything
James Gunn
else.
Superman. Like, well, and everything. Yeah, everything else.
I wasn't a huge fan of it, mostly because I didn't like the kids, to be honest.
You just don't like kids, okay?
Well, not wrong.
Season 1 was good.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's a bad show or anything. I couldn't get into it. You know.
Well, it's better than everything else here. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
So many things below that line. Joker 1 was good. The Batman I enjoyed. Superman and Lois, I've heard good things. Even Teen Titans.
Joker
Go.
Oh no, Teen Titans Go
Joker
can
2.
fuck off.
It's actually it's
It
funny.
can
I'll
fuck
give it
off. No, fuck that show.
And you remember Peacemaker season 2 was not originally on this list either.
Oh, Peacemaker.
Oh, that's right.
And James Gunn was
Horned
recently
in
asked about that. And he claimed, like, because someone's like, hey, you know, why didn't you just do a full reboot? I know you tried to explain what is and isn't canon from in Peacemaker season 2 based off what the ending of season 1, but why didn't you just do a fresh restart? And he's like, well, the contracts were already done for Peacemaker season 2. Well, that's weird because you didn't actually announce it when you did your big announcement that Peacemaker season 2 would be part of your fucking universe, but you claimed the contracts were already done. So it was either pay everybody out for those contracts and take away HBO Max's biggest streaming show. This is what James Gunn said. Or go ahead with Peacemaker season 2. So we decided to do it.
Hold the phone. HBO Max's biggest streaming show?
That's what
that
James
day?
Gunn claimed.
The same year that House of the Dragon came out and
That's
premiered?
what James Gunn claimed.
That's bullshit.
I have it somewhere. Hold on.
He must have been talking about the time it came out. So it came out early on, right after the COVID era. So there wasn't a bunch of stuff out.
Yeah, that's like, hey, fucking Star Trek Starfleet Academy was the #1 thing on Paramount Plus for 2 days. Like that's the equivalent of that messaging. But here it is. And you know what the real reason is? mostly because I love the character in the show. They brought. I thought they could be an important part of the DC. It's because your wife's in it.
Yes.
It's because your fucking wife, who you want to watch get fucked by other men,
Kinda
is
weird.
in. You know who is in more projects
There
than
are a lot of guys
any
into that.
other person in the DC universe. It's not Superman. It's not Batman. It's not Flash. It's not Green Lantern. It is James Gunn's wife,
Amanda Hardcore. Oh my God. She's like the Nick Fury of the fucking James Gunn while he sits in the corner. That's him in the corner.
On top of that, her character is just genuinely unlikable. She's terrible.
She's annoying.
She's in Blue Beetle. What else was she in? Was she in
Black Adam?
Does Suicide
Black
Squad?
Adam?
Yeah.
That's right. So was it Black Adam? Not Blue Beetle. She was in The Suicide Squad, Black Adam at the end,
and Shazam as well.
and Shazam, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he likes to see his wife get railed, and listen, he's got full control. He does what he likes, and that's what he's always talked about. I like this Grant Morrison story, which is funny because Grant Morrison kind of called him out. I love that. But he just does what he likes because nobody would go, let's start a cinematic universe with Supergirl and Clayface.
And the Authority.
With no Batman.
The Authority, we were saying it at the time. How are you doing a derivative Justice League in a boys-ish comic book for your second movie when you're trying to build a world and build the hero that is Superman? It is such so that to even think of that shows you're probably not right for the job at all, because I guarantee his thinking was, well, everybody would start a DCU with Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Well, yeah, because that's what would fucking work.
Because that's what it is. That is what it is. I'm tired of
complicated. It's called the Trinity for a reason. I mean, what?
Everybody would do that. Everybody wants Blade to kill vampires.
Yeah, the culture in Hollywood is to subvert every single time. To take the thing what it is and go, well, we can't do that because that's what people are expecting.
I know.
That's what people
that never
want.
works because things are the way they are for a reason. It's because it works. If you deliberately try and do the thing that no one else has ever done throughout all of history, no one did it for a reason. Like, it will always fail and always be predictable. And this is why he's not a CEO, because the CEO is the strategic vision, not the creative who makes their own personal world.
It's not just that. It is what it is. If you change all the elements in something, it is no longer that thing.
It is no longer the thing. And
Resident
who gives,
Evil.
Well,
Resident Evil's coming out
exactly.
right
The
now.
Resident Evil, like it looks fine, but we don't want to base it on the game. Well, with that logic, then Clayface is a Batman movie. It's everybody puts Batman in Batman movies. That's everybody's fucking doing it. Let's do a third tier villain. Gotcha.
Which I would love to see. I'd like to see
I'm
a
an
Clayface
artiste.
movie. I like the idea. It looks interesting. It could be good. Where the fuck is Batman? I like Batman villains because
I have
like
a theory.
Batman
He's in
and the way that they
corner.
work.
I have a theory. Yeah, he's in the corner. That's him in the spotlight.
James Gunn's wife.
Well, I was thinking more like
hardcore get railed.
Batman's importance to this universe is, what was that line in was it the Blue Beetle trailer?
Oh, he's a fascist.
Yeah, that's how they've utilized Batman in this universe.
Well, I mean,
that tells you everything.
That's why they've made Absolute Batman, where he's like the workers Batman. So
problem with James Gunn.
No, the reason they have not put in Batman is I think there is some contractual language with Matt Reeves that he is somewhat in control of the character right now, because he is a producer of Clayface and the Dynamic Duo movie. He's announced he's producing that, which tells me he's got to be a part of it somehow. I don't know what the language is. It might be just residuals. It might be just like we have to put his name on and nothing else. Or it could be if he's making movies and things and they're successful by a certain amount of time. Listen, Sony maintains Spider-Man because they have to make a Spider-Man movie every 2 or 3 years. They have to have one in production. That's how they maintain the rights. If they stop making it for like 10 years, they abandon the rights. And maybe it's a similar situation. I don't know. But it feels like Matt Reeves has is the roadblock here a little bit.
And he's
need
on
to
top of
stop
that shit, huh, Gary?
Well, they need to stop signing those kind of contracts, though, because you have to move quickly. There's a lot of talk about like the difference in gaps between movies and television shows and stuff. But we saw with Penguin, when you have a hit, you should immediately hit that. And it doesn't matter what else your other plans were. Do what works. That's the only point in doing testing things, is to just double down on what works. And if you're signing off future possibilities for people, which may or may not happen, well, now we've got our hands tied because this project and this project, you will always fail. And it's kind of what I meant going back to before, is that you would never do that in private business, but they've had the luxury of having these kind of contracts because everyone thinks they're it's kind of artist which can do whatever they want, and they have to get back to being a business that makes a product rather than people think that.
I can think of a car company that kind of went, off the rails a little bit, and then, or a beer company that went off the rails a little bit, or a studio that's going off the rails a little bit. Yeah. So they try it once in a while, Disbrew, and they always find out, maybe we should just do the thing we've always done and just try to do it really good. But, looking back and going, well, Snyder did Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do things different. Okay. Well, then throw in fucking Green Lantern. Oh, I'm sorry. Lantern.
Yeah.
And they can't do
Only
Flash
one can
because
wear the ring.
Flash's name is sullied right now with what they released, which is too bad for Flash fans. They've been waiting to see a Flash movie
What
their
are you talking
entire
about?
lives.
James Gunn said that was the best superhero film ever made, right?
I know.
But that was his poker face.
Yeah.
After that moment, this man lies all the time.
Yes.
I think that was entirely serious because Superman came across as it felt the same, had the same kind of
cinematographer.
Yeah.
But at that point, it's like anything he's going to say, you can't take at face value. So you have to get from other sources what's really going on, because James Gunn lies all the time. Even just a couple of weeks ago, we had with Adria Arjona, the trades reported that she's going to be playing Maxima allegedly, and then James Gunn's like, that's not going to happen. I haven't seen her in 100 years. 2 days later, it's announced she's in the movie. So what's going on here? So he lies constantly, so you can't trust him at all.
Remember,
this was 4 days ago.
Remember Flash when it premiered at CinemaCon, guys? It was a year before it came out, or 8-9 months before it came out, and everybody was loving it. It was one of the most.
Didn't they get Tom fucking Cruise to talk about this shit?
Yes,
it was crazy.
And the only red flag for me is when Robert. What was that? What did that say? Sorry, you don't have to take.
No, I was waiting for you to.
Well, okay. Well, Robert Meyer Burnett came out and didn't love it. He's like, it's different. I mean, he still kind of liked it, but he was really hesitant. And I'm like, oh,
it's gonna be bad.
Listen, anything with Ezra Miller, much less two Ezra Millers, is going to suck.
He was like, hated it.
But you'd think Michael Keaton would off balance that, but it just did not.
No, sadly.
No.
Sadly.
It was really cool seeing him in the costume and talking about how
was.
time is spaghetti, but that was about it.
But this was 4 days ago, and they asked him if Booster Gold and Paradise Lost were in development. He said yes. And Paradise is in extreme development.
What does extreme development mean?
It means it's sitting on the shelf in the back corner where nobody's looking at it.
Nobody knows
where he is watching his wife.
You got to show this.
It's watching James Gunn write something else.
This is the most infuriating thing. So somebody was, I know you clarified what's canon from Peacemaker season 1, and I was wondering, and just talked about all the different things that are and aren't canon. And James Gunn says this 3 years after the fact, by the way. I've been thinking a lot about this in regards to the Suicide Squad and Blue Beetle. And I've been meaning to rewatch both with an eye towards that, knowing what I know now almost 3 years in the DCU, with a couple more years of scripts being actively filmed or created. Maybe after Man of Tomorrow, Jen and Steve and I can get together for a special couple podcast to discuss. What do you guys think is potentially or definitely not canon from The Suicide Squad and Blue Beetle?
Wow.
You're the one that fucking makes these decisions, bro.
And you're the creative director.
After you told us that Blue Beetle is part of this universe and that The Suicide Squad is part of this universe and the implications that creates, this is what we talked about for Peacemaker season 2. The things they explicitly laid out that happened in Peacemaker Season 2 canonize all of the Suicide Squad, which comes with its own set of problems, including the fact that Superman was apparently in the fucking hospital, despite the fact that he's never been defeated before, right? All of these things that come when you don't think about your universe. And now you are crowdsourcing ideas from your sycophantic, retarded fan base about what you should consider canon. Go fuck yourself.
Well, if he did this earlier, wouldn't he have been called out for it? Like, wouldn't you know, like if he had put this tweet out right after those shows had come out?
Well, he's done stuff like this earlier, and he contradicts himself. That's the problem.
James Gunn's social media is James Gunn's biggest enemy outside of his own ego, but his social media is awful. Like, some people know how to utilize social media, and some people just make it their situation even worse and worse. And him on social media and how he responds, I mean, it's already gotten him fired from one job. Yeah, you know what I mean? And he has not learned his lesson at all. I mean, again, he can continue to do what he wants, but how do you take this man seriously when you have some shit like this?
To be clear, he's not saying anything. He's not saying anything political or controversial or anything like it. It's just him talking about his fucking universe. And it'd be better off for him if he's making more pedo jokes, to be honest with you. Because this is so fucking infuriating that every day you tune in and he's just spouting off more bullshit and more lies about this universe. Like, the sooner they fire this piece of shit, the better.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for him. It really isn't. And I think they are truly worried about Supergirl, as they should be. Because even the people who've seen it early, a test screener that Chris knows, right? He's a nice guy. He's favorable to most of this stuff. And he was favorable to Supergirl, but favorable in the way that you go, that's kind of what you said about Flash.
Let me put into perspective how bad it is. Bring back Snyder, okay?
Whoa.
Wow.
No.
Agreed.
I don't think
Agreed.
I don't think they're good. They're not good, but they're better than this dog shit, okay? They were. So at least there was interesting discussions around those movies. And
when you look back, Jeremy, and you say, when you look back and you see that Superman's James Gunn did not make more money than Man of Steel, even without adjusting for inflation, it was over then. Yeah. That's when it was over.
It sold like half as many tickets, effectively.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then they blame it on the character. They want to blame it on everything but James Gunn, so, the Access Media and some people. Instead, they were like, well, people just don't like Superman. Shut the fuck up. How many Superman shows have we had? And they've all been
someone
decent.
In Hollywood that made that comment before, that one of the advantages that they have now of always focusing on IP is if the audience doesn't show up for an IP, they just go, well, the audience wasn't interested in it. It's not our fault. And this is one of the things that allowed people to escape essentially accountability for their own failures. And so they just keep going on to the next IP.
Yeah, it's your job to make it interesting to people.
They don't see it that way. Ryan Gosling came out and said something smart and said, it's our job to get people interested to going to the theaters. And that's not the philosophy of Marvel, DC, Paramount, previous ownership with Star Trek, BBC, and Disney with Doctor Who. And that's why they're in the position, because they're like, well, these fucking toxic fans, they're just bigots.
Yeah, they say, like, if you don't like it, you must be sexist. We can't be bad.
He better watch it, saying common sense stuff like that. He keeps doing it. Sure, some allegations will be popping up, shortly after. Hollywood does not like it when you basically say, yeah, we're responsible for this shit, and if we don't get people showing up, it's our fault. That is not.
They'll give him. They'll give him the Timothy Chalamet treatment. They'll embarrass him at the Oscars. That's what they'll do.
Mm-hmm.
The strangest cancellation of all time, not being a fan of ballet, caused so much backlash.
Yeah. Like, how dare you? Everyone's like, yeah, we all agree.
Especially for somebody who clearly, like, think what you will of whatever movies he's in or whatever, but he is somebody who, like, deeply cares and, like, wants to be a master of his craft. He wants to be, like, he's hungry for that. He wants the recognition. He wants people to
talking about Chalamet.
Yeah, like he has that fucking attitude, that hunger to be the fucking best, which is respectable in a lot of ways. And one fucking comment about ballet, like a tongue-in-cheek comment, and all of a sudden he's persona non grata with these sick fucks.
Yep.
What do you got there, Garrett?
Well, he wasn't at the CinemaCon panel, and it's raising some questions.
Well, he was busy rewriting Supergirl, which he had nothing to do with, and getting Man of Tomorrow ready.
Which he was also not at the first Paramount meeting, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
first Paramount meeting he was
bigger.
not there for because of pre-production, and then CinemaCon he was not there for because of pre-production for Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah, and the CinemaCon panel, by all accounts, was bad. It was really bad, and everybody was, even Matthew Bellani was like, "I am not sold on this. I don't think anybody's sold on Supergirl. I don't hate the casting. I just hate the story that they're basing it on." So,
yeah, I can't wait to kind of see where that one goes too. But this is a pretty stacked year, dude. So when you have crap like Supergirl and Mandalorian, I mean, maybe in the previous couple of years, those could have had an opportunity to stand out. There's a lot of shit coming out right now that people are more focused on. So these two projects are not turning the needle at all. So, you know, it will be fun to see. What makes more money, Supergirl or Mandalorian?
Mandalorian.
Mandalorian.
I'm still sticking with that like 400+ million for
That's on
Mando.
the edge, though.
Like, which continues to look less and less likely. I think Supergirl's in like that 350 area. So I think Mando just edges it out.
It's not good for
the
either one of them
Mando
if those are the
previews,
numbers.
though, reported put it in the 350 area itself. 20% less than Solo.
That's why I'm questioning it. I'm like, I feel like it's going to be a tie. It's going to be real.
When Supergirl hits VOD, it's going to make $1 billion though, and sell a bunch of merch.
I'm going to take it out of theaters like the second week just to make sure.
The one
that
thing
happens.
with Mando and Grogu, I do think that it'll have like a better hold than Solo did. And I think it'll be more families kind of walk up, like that type of shit. I think it'll be a little higher threshold for just families going to see it, just because, I mean, this stuff's made for babies at this point, effectively anyway, with fucking Grogu and everything. Like, babies and stupid women is what it's made for. So, like,
hi, Chrissy.
Hi, Chrissy.
Why don't you just say women? Why do you
Perfect for Chrissy's family. So that's one of the reasons I still say in that $400 million range, because I think it'll hold better than Solo. But I think that DC thinks that Supergirl will make between $300 and $350 million, because I think there's a very specific reason that a couple weeks ago, suddenly out of the blue, every one of these James Gunn sycophants on Twitter starts repeating this completely false bullshit about the budget being only $100 million, which it's not. But if the budget is $100 million, it would make your break even in that $300 million range. So that's why I think that they internally think that it's going to be like 300 to 350. And that's why they're trying to fucking set the expectation. So if it only makes that, well, it still broke even.
I wonder if they can spend. So it's interesting for the rest of the year. I'm curious how things are going to trend for other movies. But, you know, if the box office is down, and say there's no $1 billion movie this year, I know Galaxy's going to be close, but and I think Doomsday will hit it, and I think Spider-Man probably will too. So I'm just saying, hypothetically, though, you know, with all the competition out there, if there is no $1 billion movie, where they try to spin that is like, well, the overall box office numbers are down. Like, I'm looking at how they can spin this.
So it's off to a really good start comparatively. It's off to a better start than a lot of people expected. Nobody expected Project Hail Mary to do this well.
Right.
Michael obviously is doing very well. Mario Galaxy a good boost, even though I don't think it's going to have the same. It doesn't have the same legs. Period. It's the first one, but there's a lot coming out in the summer.
There is a lot. I know it's a heavy summer.
Yeah,
I think we probably will get, you know, a handful of $1 billion movies. But I do expect the box office to be up in general, just because the head start that it's got.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I'm just talking about, like, you know, they like to spin certain things in their direction. They're very.
They're just going to focus on the positive. They're just going to say, look how the numbers are better than last year and the year before that. That's all. They're not going to compare
I'm just
it to
trying
how
to,
the peak was.
Just curious what their play is going to be on this, because they're going to have to spin this narrative, and I think it's going to be bad for them. And I really do hope that they pull the Han, Luke, and Leia bit like Ryan predicted. I really hope they do, because that will just be
They have to.
That is
There is
gonna.
nothing else.
I don't think that that's gonna play very well at all.
It's not.
And,
It's not
and I
gonna
think
be
it's
enough.
gonna. I think it's gonna get roasted online when it happens. If it happens, we don't know. This is all speculation. But if that happens, kind of like how the Christopher Reeve moment happened in Flash, and people are like, "What the fuck are you doing?" You know what I mean?
Mhm, yeah.
The hell is this?
They can't capture what could have been, because in the actual sequels, they might have been able to do it with the original actors. Now it's impossible. And so they have to CGI it, and that alone is going to come off fake and like it's completely cheap. And
Or
so,
you
Or do they
recast
recast?
it. You recast and get it
Recast,
all ready for the
Yeah.
remake, because
I
that's
hope-
the
ready.
last card they
I
have.
hope they have.
to play.
Sebastian Stan over there.
I hope they have Ray standing with them.
So the question is, now, do they remake the prequels first or the original trilogy first?
Original trilogy.
Original trilogy, yeah.
They don't like
See?
the prequels. They don't want the prequels.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, I
You-
think
you
they like
Vader.
I think
He
they
goes
like
right.
anything that'll bring
Anakin.
people back. Yeah.
Well,
Nah, I think they're
because-
the OT will. That's more of their focus than the
Yeah.
prequels.
they might
That
though,
would-
because there's more criticism for the prequels, and so
Yeah.
it might not be like them, like a remaking a Sacred Cow kind of thing.
It's more opportunity for them to be
but-
like, well, look, this is the way.
but it'd be
it
more
should have
impact.
been.
Like, it would certainly get people talking.
Yeah,
Oh, it would
One of the things that they're
dominate.
doing next year
Yeah.
is they're re-releasing the original 3 movies in the theater.
Yeah, that's their big 50th anniversary. Is they're re-releasing the older movies, which they should do, but they're not doing anything because they haven't because they haven't built up to it, which is such a lost opportunity. That comes up once for everything. And God, Star Trek didn't do anything either. Doctor Who pulled it off. Doctor Who had a great 50th anniversary and a roll up to that. That was fucking brilliant.
Yeah. It did.
And it made new fans. It made new fans for a little while. For a little while.
They fucked it all up.
They fucked it all up. But yeah, it's there's no vision, no plan. We like to think, well, maybe not. I don't want to speak for everybody. You would like to think that people in Hollywood are the best of the best. That's why they make all that money, and they know what they're doing. They don't. They clearly don't, for the most part. James Gunn is a director. James Gunn is not a CEO. He's not even an executive producer. He shouldn't have been running a studio at any time, and we've seen this. He talks too much. His plan is terrible. We're getting fucking Clayface as the third movie in the DCU, for Christ's sake.
It's
Clayface,
actually the first movie in the DCU.
which is actually the first movie of the DCU. It's a prequel.
With-
it takes
with
place
no
before all
Batman.
that.
Yeah,
With no Batman.
I mean, it looks fine as a body horror film, but come on.
Well, then make a body horror film. And
no,
then-
exactly.
Exactly. And then we're going back to that. Well, we're trying to what Garrett was talking about. We're trying to make the thing not what it is. With the Resident Evil thing, or with Starfleet Academy, which was Harry Potter meets the X-Men and Star Trek. It's like we just want to see Star Trek. It's a formula that worked for decades. And we're searching for this modern audience. And the whole point of my last video was they found it. About 40 to 50,000 of them. You found all 40 to 50,000 of the modern audience. They're out there. They don't buy shit. They might buy a billboard, but that's about it.
But I guess their egos are more important.
There are. I mean, because through narcissism, Chrissy, that's why they need to see themselves in this for validation, because they're so insecure or whatever. It's mostly insecure though. But yeah. Good job, DCU. And is it superhero fatigue or bad movie fatigue? Well, we haven't had enough good movies to know. So
the thing is about narcissism and having to see yourself in movies, though, is even that wouldn't be so bad if they represented the audience. Instead, they chose the most niche, marginalized in their terminology, low numbers of people they can find, and go, we need to make everything about this group specifically. So why are only they showing up to the cinema?
Spider-Man's going to come out, and I still believe Spider-Man probably has a lot of potential to make $1 billion, but it's definitely going to be a huge hit.
Yes,
it will be.
And that just disproves the superhero fatigue narrative. It's just bad movie fatigue. That's really it.
I slightly disagree, because it's chicken or the egg. Like, bad movies create fatigue. We can just That's the answer to the question.
Yeah.
If it's why would you have to fill a Spider-Man movie with fucking Hulk and Punisher and everything? It should be just Spider-Man on his own does fine. You don't need to do all that. Why are you introducing Jean Grey in a Spider-Man movie?
I think that Sony. The quality is a much bigger determining factor. Period.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt. With that being said, I do think that after 30 years of all these different superhero franchises in general, there is something, the fact that there's nothing really special about it anymore. And that can create a little bit of, it's just another one, and maybe I'll see it next time kind of thing. Like, but that's maybe 5 to 10% of the effects. Most of it, the vast majority of it, the reason these movies are failing is because they're bad.
They're really bad.
People are just sick of seeing it.
Yeah.
Like Batman and Spider-Man will always do well in some form or another.
Yeah, and the X-Men are always going to be something if done right. People are going to show up to X-Men movies. They're going to show up to see Deadpool. I mean, if you do it right, and you know.
Yep.
Will they show up for X-Men?
Yeah, I was going to say.
I just don't know because it's if they adapt the newer comics and they try to rewrite things, people will show up for the classic X-Men for sure.
Yeah,
but if they start changing things, I think you lose people because
let's want to say done right, you know. Yeah, done right. I mean,
I don't even know about Deadpool because I feel like the last one,
everyone showed up for that one.
That was Deadpool and Wolverine was because Hugh Jackman was coming back
in costume,
and people were excited about that. I don't even think Deadpool is a big draw on his own.
A good comparison
was not.
I'm not a fan of Deadpool the character, but I mean, he's a people.
Those
love
movies
Deadpool,
did very well at the box office.
So. Yeah, I mean, and I get it. Ryan Reynolds is perfectly cast in this. It's almost like Iron Man with I was going to say Tony Stark with Robert Downey Jr.
Same thing.
But it's perfect casting. It's a perfect storm right there. But I do think Deadpool is a character that if you do Deadpool the right way with the shtick and the rated R format, there's a huge audience for that. There's a massive audience.
I think
Ryan
Deadpool's
said that
issue.
he's not going to be doing like Deadpool as the main character anymore. He's going to be like a side character. He said he works better that way. So he's going to be in an ensemble. Like a lot of these superhero movies are turning out to all be just ensembles.
I think Deadpool's issue as well, though, is he's a satire of the superheroes. So without the superheroes doing well, Deadpool has nothing to subvert. He has nothing to take the piss out of. And as you saw in Deadpool and Wolverine, it just ended up to be like a load of dick jokes. And so I don't know how long that lasts as a thing.
Oh, so an episode of Friday Night Tights?
Well, boys.
A good comparison, though, to this discussion is actually Star Wars, because I think there is still some love to some of these superhero characters that if we get a good movie, we would still want to watch it, like Spider-Man. Star Wars is so damaged and dead now. If Mandalorian and Grogu is actually a good film, like really, really good, I don't think that's going to turn the needle, right, on people showing up. People have checked out. They don't give a crap about Star Wars because of how much damage has been done.
Andor is a good example of that. However, any of us feel about it, I would say it was mostly well received and seen as something that people really wanted in the beginning of Star Wars, for it to be taken a little more serious, grown up a little bit. And at least with the Empire scenes with me, I still hated some parts of it that were very much Disney Star Wars, but and nobody watched it. Again, more people watch The Acolyte than Andor.
That is insane.
That is
I don't think it is, because to your average person, Star Wars is lightsabers and the Force. And if you strip it out, they're like, well, I could watch anything else. And the creator even said he wanted to make it for people who weren't really a fan of Star Wars. I think he said he wanted to make it for his wife that doesn't like Star Wars. And I'm not sure that's a great strategy unless your IP is already in a really healthy place.
Exactly.
And this is done at the
Yes.
Yes. That's why with like things like Rogue One, like that was when that was first announced, you know, Star Wars in a much better place overall in terms of the perception and everything like that. So you have this more gritty kind of announced film that really got the hardcore fans excited. You know what I mean? And turns out that was actually the best one that Disney did. Now we look back on it, you know, in terms of reception. But things
dog shit.
I'm not a huge fan of Rogue One.
Thanks to that ending.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean,
the reshoot that was just member berries going, look at Darth Vader, he's cool, right? You're like, yeah, Darth Vader's cool, but the rest of the movie sucks.
Well, I just think that like
I rebel.
I don't want to open this discussion, but like I think the ending. I think the ending of.
So bad.
I think the ending of Rogue One hurts Star Wars more than anything.
ultimately, yeah. Well,
because when you're watching that and you go right into A New Hope and you're like, well,
it
the
doesn't
fuck
make sense.
happened to
well,
this guy?
the Luke
You know?
Skywalker
Like, it just
coming
didn't-
back at the end of Mandalorian didn't help Star Wars either. It actually exposed them with the reaction to that. And remember, Mandalorian season 1 came out during the rise of the Skywalker, which is insane if you think about it.
Because they introduced force healing in Mandalorian and Grogu.
Oh
right
my
before
gosh, I
Rise of
remember.
Skywalker.
They did.
Oh, I got so
Still
pissed
maintain
off
that
at
fucking first season is not good. People still say, "Oh, first season of Mando's good."
No, I
it
think
was
the
not.
series is shit.
I think it's like a 4.5. I think it's mid. That first season, and there's like an element of what could have been maybe an okay movie, or a premise of if you had stuck with what you introduced in that first episode, what could have been a really fucking cool show.
Yep.
But it's clear that it was like a movie that then they broke into pieces and tried to fill in a bunch of other shit and add this baby element to it and everything.
And they had
Yeah,
nothing
very
planned for the next season.
Yeah, exactly.
They
They
was
didn't
like,
know
let's
what
just
to
throw
do.
every key in there. You can see all
Like
the
the-
keys.
The first season was received so positively and had potential. They were like, "What do we do now?"
Hold on. We didn't think this Grogu thing was going to work out. We didn't even have a name for him.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Well, there we go. What's this? What do you got here?
I was just
There you go.
Oh.
he loved his fellow man.
R.I.P.
Sometimes too much.
as.
R.I.P. as again.
Again.
And that's a meme from a better cinematic universe than the one that James Gunn has created.
Wow, that is
Yeah, it's
so
sad.
sad but true.
Wow.
Are you including Batwoman in that conversation?
I mean, it's bad, but there's way more better stuff than Batwoman in that universe.
And the views for Batwoman were good. So, like
For
on
content
YouTube,
creators,
on YouTube,
yeah. Oh,
yes,
God,
on
yeah.
YouTube, yes, on YouTube. So
Hell yeah.
You
Oh,
remember,
my
man, things have changed so much compared to you remember the interest in even Star Wars 5 years ago versus where it's at now. Nobody fucking cares about this shit.
We are in the
Yeah, no one's
apathy
talking about
phase.
it.
Yeah, we
We are in
really
the
are.
apathy
Darth
phase, and
Maul
it is
show out now.
Yeah.
really difficult
Exactly.
to come back from that.
Fake
Yeah.
Wizard, I was going to mention the Darth Maul show.
Yeah.
Like
There's-
that would have had so much buzz if it came out.
Back in the day,
like,
yeah.
It's got
But now-
negative buzz, dude. I
Darth
feel
No one's-
Maul
no one's
has his
fucking talking
own
about it.
show right now, and no one cares.
Nobody.
Now you've seen it, Fake Wizard,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. What do you
Yeah,
think?
it's the same problem as every other Disney. It is actually like a dark side Ahsoka. It's the same thing. It's they take a story that would work for like a 90-minute movie and they stretch it to death, like 8 hours long, and it's just not good. And nothing happens. He monologues the whole time. There's not a lot of action. I mean, there is some action in it, but it's pointless. It's pointless filler action that doesn't push the story very far. So yeah, we're close to the end here. Not much has happened. It's going to end on some kind of a cliffhanger, and we'll be back for 2 more seasons of Maul. It's going to go for a 3-season run at least.
Which is insane. I have not watched a single second of it. I get asked
You're
all
not
the time
missing
about it.
anything.
I'll watch it at some point. But Darth Maul is not an interesting character. In my opinion, he's not an interesting character at this point if you have an IQ above 80, because there's only so much you can do with him, and they've done so much with him
They've
already.
done a lot with him.
This is somebody that has, even with all the Disney shit, between Rogue One and the fucking Obi-Wan show and all that, Darth Maul is a character that before this series came out still had twice the amount of screen time that we have seen for Darth fucking Vader. And it's a character who was never intended to have this kind of importance, and they try to make him so fucking deep and straddling this line, mad at the Jedi, but also mad at the Emperor, and kind of morally gray in some ways, and maybe trying to stop the Sith from this for this reason, but also trying to kill the Chosen One for this reason. He's not that fucking interesting. And because you have Sam Witwer, who thinks that this is his God's gift to Earth, that he has played this fucking character that should have stayed dead, and he takes it so damn fucking seriously. It gets so cringe and annoying, and I will watch it at some point in time, but I already know what it is. I've watched everything from this group of fucking creators, from the actor to the producers to the supervising director to Dave Filoni himself. I've watched it all, and I've never fucking liked it. I know I'm not going to like this, but I'll reserve
You're
my
not.
true judgment when I actually watch it.
The problem with Sam Witwer's a pretty cool guy in real life. I've met him a few times, and I've talked with him about like his relationship with Lucasfilm. He is a lore master on Star Wars. All those clips, like, that's real.
Yes.
But the problem is he's so bought into the Lucasfilm rhetoric. He's so bought into how they operate that he said to me, he's like, well, we got to, there would be a controversy and people like us would be covering it. And then he would text his contact at Lucasfilm like, hey, is this actually a pretty big deal? Now, mind you, this was like Last Jedi times. Hey, is this thing a really big deal? People are talking about this all over the internet. And his Lucasfilm people would reply back to him and say, we got this covered. It's not a big deal at all. Where we are now, it is a big deal. But so that's the inside of Lucasfilm is like, forget those guys. We don't care what they have to say. We're doing fine. But the times run out. That was years ago now, that those conversations were happening. Now
It's great that he cares so much. He does care a lot about Star Wars. But he's fully wrapped into this like group and this mindset politically as well. If you paid any attention to his social media feeds and stuff like that, he is lockstep with everything that they do at Lucasfilm. And for somebody who is such a massive fan and somebody who really deeply cares, it would have been nice for somebody like that to say something about the treatment of other said fans who aren't getting paid by Lucasfilm to come back for these things for the past, I don't know, decade.
Yeah.
Well, no, the state of all of these franchises is the same. They all tried to do the same thing. They all tried to find the modern audience, and they've all had the same results. And we've known these results for years, and now they're just starting to figure it out. And some haven't yet. Lucasfilm hasn't. Lucasfilm is not going to change. Lucasfilm is so bad that like Marvel clowns them behind the scenes. Like they're like, at least we're not as bad as Lucasfilm. Like it's that bad. And you have to try really hard to fail this much. Books will be written, songs will be sung, tales will be told. Meryl Streep calls Marvel boring.
That's really bad.
Wow. I think that this goes for a lot of franchises, but especially for Star Wars at this point, there is something like Darth Maul was on screen in Phantom Menace for 5 or 6 minutes in totality, had no lines effectively. One line. So
a good line.
And it made such a massive cultural impact. People dressing up for him as Halloween, people that absolutely loved him, buying all of his fucking toys, all this shit. And the more Maul we have gotten, the less special he has become, and the less that moment matters. If you go back and watch Phantom Menace right now, like what feeling should you have when Obi-Wan slices him in half? It doesn't matter because Obi-Wan's going to fight this motherfucker for the next decade and a half. It means nothing. It's not a trial for Obi-Wan. It's not, this is his moment where he actually truly passes trial, becomes a Jedi Knight. The threat's not over. He's not fucking dead. It's not justice for Qui-Gon's death. It is nothing. And I think when they continue to pump out these shows and desperately try to make these characters so fucking important, you lose what made them be embraced by the fans in the beginning. Also, you can have a show on Disney Plus that's not going to chart on the Nielsen ratings, that's not going to have any lasting impact. And
very similar to the Boba Fett.
I was going to say, it's the exact same thing with Boba Fett. When you got more of it, it basically destroyed the mystique of the character. And it's the same thing with Maul.
Yeah. It's a very relevant lesson with Sauron. From D&D role-playing games. If anybody's ever done, Dungeons and Dragons hosting or role-playing in general, sometimes you get a really good villain, a good character. Players hate him. He's interesting. Everybody builds him up. He's cool. If the players catch him and they kill him, he's dead. You have to let him stay dead. If you bring him back, it doesn't matter how good he was. It doesn't matter how popular he was. It's going to make everything feel worse. The players aren't going to like him. It's going to ruin the story. Everyone's going to feel tangled. You got to make it work for it. But once that character is dead, that character must be dead.
Yeah. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
And I think that's especially important in Star Wars, where you already have an element of life after death for some characters. When you do have a handful of characters who can become Force ghosts and still have interactions and impact and give lessons and stuff like that, you already have an element of life after death. So I think it's important that you do what you can to keep these characters dead.
The Maul show is the precursor to what happens if you bring back Han, Luke, and Leia now. Because we've gotten too much of it. We've gotten too much of Maul. He's not. It's just not good, and it's not good Maul. You know, it's not good content with Maul. It's skippable. It's boring. Even now, he's the same. I don't want to hear the monologue from this guy anymore about his connection with the Force when he loses every fight he's in. You know, when Palpatine's electrocuting him, he's like, "Ooh, mercy!" We go from the stone cold badass who kills Qui-Gon Jinn to, "Oh, mercy!" It doesn't work. You ruin the character.
It should be kill me now or something.
The fact that you have a Darth Maul show who was like selling toys like crazy during the early 2000s. Fast forward, no one cares that he's got his own show.
Yep.
If you put Han, Luke, and Leia in something, we'll talk about it. It'll make the trades headlines, but it's not going to help this movie make $1 billion, and it's certainly not going to save Star Wars. It'll be the last nail of originality in Star Wars.
Yep. I hope they bring them back. I want Han, Luke, and Leia in this fucking movie.
Ryan's planted the seed now, and we'll all be disappointed if it doesn't happen, so we can blame Ryan.
We'll be responsible one way or the other. Either we're going to be disappointed that they were not in it, or we're going to be disappointed that they were in it. But either way, Ryan,
you said, Ryan.
It is funny. We had like a 10-minute conversation about like the effect of that. It was just a guess from me. It's like,
hey, Marvin, if you're watching, get an article on Geeks and Gamers and put RK Outposts.
Breaking.
Yes. Breaking. Let's push this out.
Siren.
I'm gonna
make it a Dom Luke rate.
I'm fucking mad if that happens, because I'm gonna be honest. Every time I see a Geeks and Gamers article that says some random YouTube commentator breaks this down, I want to fucking shoot myself. No, if it's me, I just will.
We're gonna have some of those.
I know.
G&G Twitter account. Go ahead and do the RK Outpost says, and then put a picture of Ryan really angry, and then put a picture of Han, Luke, and Leia.
Yeah,
we can get some Twitter interaction off that shit. Yeah. Let's do it.
It's got to be so hard when they take any of that stuff from me, because they have to bleep out all the swear words for like the SEO purposes. All right, the only way I'll allow it is if I said something about how difficult it would be to deep throat Dave Filoni when he's only got an 1.5 inch cock. If you put that in the article, I'm fine with it.
Oh my God, that's funny.
You got to talk about his micro penis.
And here's the best part of this. Okay, everybody at G&G, they fear Ryan far more than me. Okay, so they're now figuring out. They're like, Jeremy said to do it, but Ryan might get angry. They don't know what the fuck to do right now. There's like a group chat right now. They're like, what do we do? Like Jeremy said, but Ryan might get mad.
Figure it out.
So figure it out.
I'm serious about this. Or
so, Disbro, you tweeted a little while ago. There's a headline from Variety or Hollywood Reporter where Meryl Streep, Marvel has made movie going so boring. The Devil Wears Prada 2-star says superhero movie popularity has resulted in less interesting characters.
Yeah, it's no surprise that Meryl Streep does not find superhero movies interesting or heroism interesting, because these aren't the movies made for her. But the new movies were made for her. She is the target audience. And I've said for a while, I think this is going to be the next argument of essentially, no one's going to see Marvel movies. Men aren't going to see the cinema anymore. But Devil Wears Prada 2, that made loads of money. Clearly, we need to start making more movies for the female audience. And you're going to see this time and time again. And they will never realize that it is just because there are two different audiences. You need two different types of film. And you make movies for everybody, but you can't make a movie for everybody.
Right.
And it's that inability to understand target demographics that will basically kill superheroes.
They understand it to a level. It's that they resent men and they don't want to make stuff for men because that's all toxic masculinity. So we're going to make stuff for the target audience we wish we had, which is the modern audience.
It's not even that. But it's not just men. They don't like women being women. They don't like women being women or men being men. So they want to make this weird amalgamation of a non-binary Z-Zim in the middle that doesn't exist.
It's because that's
Just
just
blame
just
men.
one of the basic rules of feminism. But if I walk into Marvel Studios, I expect to see the same people in there that I would see if I walked into a Marvel movie. Like, it should be the same thing. And we saw with when Twitter fired all their people, and immediately when he's like, we need to be a success now, there was an entirely different demographic and the offices are all made up differently. That's the problem that Hollywood's had. They have changed the people in the company and it can't work out why suddenly they're making movies for a different audience.
It's just I gotta run real quick, but really quick before I leave, this is a breaking story. GameStop is preparing to buy eBay.
What?
Wall Street Journal. GameStop is preparing to make an offer for eBay, according to people familiar with the matter. Part of the CEO Ryan Cohen's plan to turn GameStop into a $100 billion plus juggernaut. That is from the Wall Street Journal.
I'm gonna buy some stuff.
What the fuck?
I guess I don't know how much
That's
eBay is worth.
Yeah.
That is a wild story.
I
That-
like
that,
eBay the way it is. Don't fucking. Oh, man.
Yeah, don't fuck it up, dude.
Crazy. So maybe you guys want to talk about it a little bit later if you can. But anyway, thank you guys.
Best I can do is 20 cents.
Hail Friday Night Tights. I like everybody here except for Ryan. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Yeah.
It's fucking mutual.
That is nuts. I know that the whole
know.
GameStop stock thing, but I just kind of saw them as a dying company.
Yeah, I thought they were in the
I-
crap
They
too.
stuck around. They've been
Where
sticking
do they have the
around.
money for that, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't, for a while now, because of the whole stock thing, a lot of people have not thought that the value of the company necessarily matches what the stock price would indicate and like
Yep.
what the total
Yep.
like market share is. I will say they have been getting less and less away from games and stuff and really into collectibles and especially like cards. So whether it be Pokemon cards, other
Magic.
tabletop card
Yeah.
games, sports cards, they're huge into that. It's a huge place for people to go for that stuff now as well. And that is also very linked with eBay. I guess I don't know the value of eBay, so it's tough for me to have any understanding. of-
I think the value of eBay's gone down.
Yeah, like
It's
I
gone
thought,
down.
like, eBay
With
wasn't nearly
this
as good as it used to be.
with this announcement, eBay's stock price jumped 15% in 40 minutes.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, shit.
Makes sense.
Okay, they're gonna fuck up eBay. That sucks. I like eBay. I still kind of like eBay.
I do. I buy a lot of hardware off of
Is that
eBay.
where you bought your chair from, Gary?
No, I bought that directly from.
That was an auction.
That was an auction directly from, I guess, Paramount. There, it was a liquidation, and most of it was just like TV screens and stuff. I wanted to get the one thing that had like, you know, something that said Star Trek on it, Starfleet Academy on it. So we got the chair.
So like the
That
market
X-Ray Girl's
cap,
house.
like the market cap estimate on eBay is around $45 billion. Now, that's not necessarily what a company's worth, or you're looking and evaluating the stock and how many shares are out there and things, but that's the market cap value for eBay, which is a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Well, do we want to get to Angel Studios
Oh yeah.
with Animal Farm? So
More
haven't
like
seen the
Fallen
movie yet.
Angel Studios, am I right?
Pretty much.
Animal Farm review, a made-for-kids movie that completely betrays its source material, and this is coming from what?
Screen Rant.
Screen Rant.
Wow.
okay.
That's
Screen
a shock.
rant.
Surprising.
That is a shock.
So we don't have to go through the entire thing. I just wanted it for the headline because it's
Sure.
interesting to see the trades are also skewering it.
Shout out Liz Declan, whoever that is from Screen. I didn't know a Screen Rant article could come out like this, to be honest
Yeah.
with you.
Right. So the controversy is, because I haven't seen it yet. I plan to, but I haven't seen it yet. That people were paid to give reviews, and they have been posting them on X and then deleting them.
It's not exactly that they were given reviews. They were, they are just marketing advertisements. The
Okay.
issue is that a lot of the people, like Tucker, like Wall Street Mav, like Redheaded Libertarian, although she hadn't seen it and did at least say she hadn't seen it, they were going, this is a really great representation of the book. It shows that this is the movie that Hollywood couldn't make. It truly shows how communism will always fail. And that's not what the movie is. And so they
No.
clearly hadn't watched it, despite pretending that they had.
Either
Tucker-
that or they're completely retarded.
Can you go back to
That
that
could be the
Tucker
case,
real
too.
quick?
Tucker?
Yeah.
I can get the timestamp of Tucker's video where he does the ad read if you want. But he says things like, "This is a great thing to take your kids to because Orwell's novel is great." And a lot of the reviews, they were essentially reviewing. Well, a lot of the recommendations were recommending the book, but as if that's what the movie was. And they just clearly didn't.
It is not.
The craziness of it being like in the same Animal Farm promo and Black Rifle Coffee is just yes, ironic.
That's everything, I guess.
Poignant.
And look,
poignant.
One of
Irony.
the challenges in the space that we're in, as much as people want to talk about alternative media and getting away from the mainstream and stuff like that, a lot of the problems with the mainstream, as the mainstream has lost relevancy, a lot of those problems have translated into the like our influencer space. And I'm not saying we're on the same level as Tucker Carlson. I never would say that. But I'm just saying in general, the idea of someone who is viewed as an independent media source, and then all of a sudden, the same exact things that we saw being a problem with legacy media start become a problem here. We get offers sometimes for things like this, right? For things exactly like this, for you to just give a fucking good review for something, and they'll pay you a bunch of money. Whether it's from an Angel Studios, whether it's from another fucking place, it happens, right? And it's kind of important that people trust you. And so for everyone who likes to say legacy media is dead, it's all about the fucking independent content creator now. We have the same problems with independent content creators being paid off by a lot of different things that we did with mainstream media sources before.
Yeah. So this was a paid advertisement, and apparently some people were offered money to read the ad, essentially, or post the ad. That would be my guess.
Tim Pool said he got offered over 5 figures. These are a significant amount of money.
That is.
Well,
So
this at the end of
over
the day
5
has to
figures,
do
but
with
under
principle.
6. Sorry, go on, Arch. Go on.
This has to do with principles, because yes, this is the same problem because it's the same source, money. People like money, weirdly enough. And so if somebody comes to you and go like, "Hey, I'll give you $100,000 to sell out your principles," a lot of people will take that. And the problem now is we've had a counterculture that's built themselves up on not being that. I mean, the most egregious part of this isn't that they're ads, because we all understand ads. We do ads ourselves on occasions, etc. That's fine. Advertisement. But they've built a entire online presence on being conservatives, on being against this stuff. And now they're trading that credibility in by saying, "Oh, this is totally anti-woke," when it is the opposite. It proves that they never knew what they were talking about, or were always simply just being scammers. It destroys their credibility so much more deeply than simply an ad read.
And it's not just them, because Angel Studios is exactly the same thing. It's supposed to be values-based entertainment, Christian entertainment.
Right.
And so, like, if this was a random distributor, I wouldn't even be talking about the distributor, because it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
it's only because they are betraying their values and their customers. And they keep saying, "Well, the guild voted for it." What exactly did the guild vote for? Did they watch this movie and recommend it, or did they just see we're making an Animal Farm adaptation and think that was a good idea? Because Animal Farm is exactly in line with Angel Studios, just not this version of it.
No, and they probably had no knowledge of that. That would be my guess, to give them an out. But it's not like the news wasn't out there for a long time what this film is. It's been in production for how long?
2011.
And Andy Serkis was giving interviews saying it was anti-capitalist since at least 2013.
Yeah.
And now one of the things on Angel's thing is that they say that they separate the art from the artist when they're doing recommendations for things. They don't say who's making the movie because they want to do that. I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea anyway, but especially for a movie like this, where it is inherently political. You can't make a non-political Animal Farm. I do think it's important who's making it, because they will put themselves into the movie. And so you need somebody who aligns with what the movie was intended for. And so in this, if you find out well, I know Orwell was, but if you find out someone like Andy Serkis was making this movie, that does actually matter when you're saying, should the movie be made or not?
Well, when you're hiring a socialist to make it. By the way, this is going to be the same Andy Serkis who is making the next Lord of the Rings movie, The Hunt for Gollum, and it's getting completely roasted. It's been the risk reward factor for Angel on this. I don't know why they did this. I don't know why they pulled the trigger, and maybe in the beginning they thought it was a proper Animal Farm adaptation. I haven't seen it. Well, I've seen Jeremy John's review. I will see it tomorrow, but just this doesn't seem like it was a smart move. I don't think they're going to get the reward for the risk. And, Black Rifle Coffee being brought up in that same tweet.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's so ironic.
I think they saw the names attached. It was a vaguely competently animated film. Andy Serkis. So they were like, "Oh, we could get some clout. We can get some recognition."
Seth Rogen, yeah.
The animation is rough.
This is a woke Hollywood movie through and through, but it does things like, rather than showing the effects of communism, it says that actually the pigs weren't always evil. They were lured away by the concept of money. They were brought into debt by Elon Musk's mum. Like, literally, she drives a Cybertruck, and she exploits their ignorance in order to get them into debt so she can use, essentially, the traps of consumerism and capitalism to undermine their perfect utopian vision. There is no way that you can write this as it is. And Serkis said he didn't want to make the same movie that Orwell did. He wanted to make what Orwell would make today.
No,
and so he's now...
Oh my God, Orwell would not do that.
He would not, no.
No.
But it is saying, I know what he would write. I can take over the spirit of his ghost.
It was very staunchly anti-communist. I mean, how can you say that now he would be anti-capitalist?
Well, I imagine they would argue that Orwell was once a socialist because he was, but the civil war in Spain was what made him an anti-socialist in essence, where it's like, hold on, this doesn't work. All of these contradictions, I can now see all of the problems inherent within this.
Well, and they're trying to hijack the ending of the book. Now, with the controversy, they're trying to hijack it and say, well, Orwell wasn't talking about communism itself. He was talking about the USSR. And only the USSR, and that it wasn't done correctly as a means to connect the parallels, because the movie doesn't end the same way as the book at all. There's actually there is the ending of the book, and then we get a whole Act 3 after that, and it's not good. And
a samurai.
It ends with a grand revolution. Like it ends as essentially the overthrow of capitalism. Like this is like a completely wild book. And when I made a video the other day, I said the only saving grace that Angel Studios hasn't attacked the fans, and now they've done that as well.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Oh, God.
Really?
Yeah, it's this.
Welcome
this
to
whole
Hollywood.
thing,
Here's your playbook.
This
Jesus Christ
is really dumb. What do we got here? Andy Serkis, you got a man bun on, bro.
You were right about it. You were right.
I think it's basically cutting off the oxygen to his brain.
Am I now? I'm sorry.
You were right. You were right.
Garrett. That's a moment right there.
Wow.
He's going Asian face.
Some of the criticism that came out when the trailer dropped.
Sure.
I saw a lot of people saying things like Orwell is rolling in his grave, or that he would not approve of this. And you worked closely with the Orwell estate on this. Can you tell me a little bit about what your response is to seeing criticisms like that?
I absolutely love the fact that there was so much controversy.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, because that's exactly what Orwell would have wanted. He wants debate. We had millions and millions of hits about that first trailer, and for one, it's a trailer, so you kind of have to go, well, watch the film first, please, and then make your comments. But it really pricked people, and he's sort of adored and abhorred by both left and right, and that's the other thing about our film. We're not.
That's a cop out. It's like he may have had an issue with both sides, but this book was about one side. This is not your opportunity to attack the one that you really have a problem with anymore. It's your job to adapt the book.
And as we know from the Tolkien estate, the estates of these writers are not the writers.
Not always the best.
Yes.
No.
Oh, well, actually, in the same article which this clip comes from, it says, oh, you work really well with the estate. In the same article, it goes, well, the estate never really worked with him, never commented on it. They just said, stay with the book and adapt it properly. And then underneath it goes, we reached out to them and they refused comments. I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I wonder why. Wow.
administration or regime. It's about authoritarianism and how and our response to that, and power corrupting, absolutely. And so it's like,
that's not what the book's about.
No, it's like directly calling out Stalin and Trotsky.
The book has the book is not about power or authority. Actually, the English don't have the same relationship with authority positions as Americans do. Like in this, it's the pigs which subvert everything else. They start evil. It's not that they got power and became evil. It's that the power gave them the ability to do the evil they'd always wanted to.
Damn pigs.
Because that's what it's all about, creating a debate. That's why that's what I do as in my job as an actor, storyteller, filmmaker. Any act of creating art for me is about saying to the audience or the viewer, think about this differently. And if you don't agree with me,
what really?
Wait, can we listen to that all in one go? Because it's an important comment.
That was wild what he just said there. It's like
no, it gets worse. You have to listen. You have to listen to his entire quote before you get the full fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do as in my job as an actor, storyteller, filmmaker. Any act of creating art for me is about saying to the audience or the viewer, think about this differently. And if you don't agree with me, that's not a problem, but think about it differently.
It's like, even if you I want you to think differently, and even if you disagree, that's fine, but you should still change your mind.
Yeah,
think about it differently.
It's guaranteed that you'll definitely change your mind either way.
Are you thinking about things differently, Andy Serkis? Or changing things?
But he's giving himself permission to hijack everyone else's stories.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't
trying
you
to
then go
create
tell
debate.
your own story? Go write a story.
Yeah, go write your own thing.
Has all of the elements that you want in it, and then tell that story. Why would you go and take Animal Farm and then subvert it and then say, think about this Animal Farm differently?
And this is why I think actually the marketing is really subversive, because it doesn't make sense to market this to essentially right-wing Christian audiences and their children, specifically mentioned in many of the reviews, unless your entire aim is to make them change their minds. Like, it makes sense that you wouldn't market an anti-capitalist movie to leftists who already agree with you, but if you can find the target demographic that disagrees with you and your intention is to change people's minds, then that is the correct market that you'd be aiming for.
Yeah, and like he openly said he's an actor not to entertain, but to, when he says to get people to think about something differently, that's him saying propaganda. I'm making something specifically to spread propaganda.
Well, the problem here is too, like, he's using the wrong thing, because Orwell's Animal Farm is not about starting a debate. It is a specific rebuke of Soviet socialism. It's not a debate. He's saying, this is bad. Look how bad it is. I'm holding it up to you. It's fucking bad.
Well, and the reason why it was made is because Orwell thought, I could write like a journalistic piece to educate people on this, but I think that a novel will be more effective. And so that's why he chose that medium. It was literally supposed to educate people rather than, like, he'd already assumed he was correct, because like people say, he did hate both sides.
That's what stories can do, and that's why they're effective and dangerous. And ultimately, if this had just randomly come out, we might have like made fun of it or whatever, and I don't think it would be that big of a deal, because it would kind of be like the norm. The reason it's a big deal is because it's Angel Studio, which, by the way, made a phenomenal movie in Sound of Freedom that brought to light a lot of disgusting shit. A lot of people went out and saw that and were like sickened by what they saw, or inspired by the heroism of what they saw, whatever, right? But it's Angel Studios combined with influencers that a lot of people feel like are trustworthy or being genuine, who are then saying something complete opposite that either indicates that they don't care what they're promoting, or didn't even bother to watch it and are just doing it for a check. Like that's why the story is hitting like this.
It deepens the betrayal, because these people built themselves a reputation of being on our side. Now we have to reevaluate all of that. Were they ever on our side, or was this ever just a grift? Like, this would be the clearest example of an actual grift.
Well, especially
this dude covered it in his video, man. You got it, the whole Sound of Freedom bit in disprove your video.
Yeah, let me.
Being written by the guy that directed Bros, probably not the best sign of it being good.
Bros, my favorite porn.
It has been one of the theories about this that, and we'll never know now, and this is one of the issues with damaging your reputation, is did you use one side in order to get money and reputation, and the moment you thought you hit a suitable size, try to sidle up to Hollywood and become essentially what you're trying to be, like, opposite to?
I think there's a huge part of that, and I don't know if so much of it is about specifically like this decision to, hey guys, now we're going to betray these principles and now we're going to get it. I think it, in all likelihood, my guess, and Gary, I think you've had more interaction with Angel Studios specifically than I have, but my guess is that they saw this and the list of cast members that were working on this movie. Angel Studios didn't make the movie. They just did a distribution deal for the movie to put it out in theaters. And I think they saw that the cast and they're like, hey, there's a lot of big time actors in there that could give us some validity that maybe more people would come and work with us. And I don't know if they expected this type of shit, or even maybe they didn't even fucking really know how badly they had fucked up before they started getting this. I don't know.
I don't know if they even watched the movie.
I think all that would have been a lot less damaging if they hadn't paid a load of ostensibly right-wing people to advertise
who don't normally talk about movies,
who don't normally talk about movies, and who essentially lied about what the movie is. It is that marketing campaign that made it seem far more subversive than actually just releasing the movie. If Angel Studios had gone out and been like, look, we're just a distributor. We're going to distribute everything as standard, but we're going to focus on Christian stuff. That would have been
This is a massive mistake. This is a massive mistake, unforced error, shouldn't have done it. And even if they are looking for validity with Andy Serkis, Seth Rogen's name is involved. They have to know that name is poison with a lot of people.
A lot of their customers.
Yeah, a lot of their customers. And listen, I wasn't offered anything, any payment or anything like that at all. I was invited to the red carpet. I couldn't make it, so I said no. And I'll watch
that one.
Where was it?
New York.
That's not the best signing.
We could have hung it out.
You
couldn't pay me to go to New York City.
Actually, this clip shows that the movie they're distributing hates them, and the people making the movie hates them.
Yeah, and it just seems it's antithetical to everything that they were doing, right? Which was to be an independent studio and to be outside of Hollywood. When we went to the sketch premiere, I went with Drinker. People were even asking them, like, why are you doing it in LA? And their philosophy was, and I kind of get it, was we want to do this in the belly of the beast, right? We want to show that we're a player. And I'm like, okay, I get that. That's fine. But taking it this far, and then going after fans and clowning on people for like when people do eventually see this, everything I've heard, Real Fake Wizard seen it. So is it contradictory to the book?
Yeah, it's absolutely contradictory to
the
book. In the worst way, because the book is it's a pretty intense book. It's very serious, and it's you could say it's for kids, but it's got a lot of dark themes in there. They race through the big moments of the book within the first 20 minutes, and then we go to the shopping mall after the animals have accepted capitalism. We go to the shopping mall, and from there it turns into a slapstick. We're going to make TikTok jokes. We're going to dress like we're TikTok influencers. Jeremy Johns put it perfectly by calling it like TikTok influencer clothes. And then we go on the anti-capitalism story, an anti-cronyism story, and then it snaps to, we get the final shot of what would be the book, and then we get an act 3, and as Disbrew said, it's another uprising. But with what's kind of crazy about this is the Angel Studios and the leadership they're putting the blame on this on the guild, the guild members who apparently voted to buy this movie, to acquire this movie. And so there's an email that I have here. I'll pull it up if we need to, but I don't think we do. But this is an email. So a paying subscriber reached out to Angel Studios customer support and said, "Why did you guys buy this?" And the response here says, "This movie came to us as an already completed film. Guild members had the opportunity to view and vote on the movie in its entirety. Our Angel Guild approves stories that are, quote, true, honest, noble, just, authentic, lovely, admirable, and excellent. Animal Farm passed because they felt felt the movie fits that description, and you can learn more here about the Guild. And so this is what they're telling the people that are paying for the subscriptions. But if I may, I think it goes even a little deeper than that. So if you want to pull up, Garrett, if you want to pull up my screen here. So I've had this queued up. I saw the movie yesterday. I was pretty concerned because I went to an early showing on a Thursday. This looks pretty packed. This is the showing that I attended. I screenshot this because I had a funny feeling that, like, okay, Animal Farm, maybe it's a hit. Maybe everybody's going to see it. Here is the actual theater. There was no one there. So, if you're an Angel Studios member, you're giving them money. They're buying tickets in theaters that no one is in. Like that is, and so if we continue down, guess what? Here's the next showing, filled with this almost the same seats. Next showing, almost the same seats in the same theater.
And that's something that they do too, right? Because they have a whole pay it forward thing where you can buy tickets for people to claim for free. So what this means is that no one is claiming these free tickets to go see the movie.
Yeah, we've seen this with Disney movies too.
So I'm really glad you point that out. So I am currently I have 2 accounts that are currently sitting in the queue to get free tickets myself. Both I submitted with 2 separate accounts to claim these tickets. The email I got back is you're in the waiting list, and it gave me a number, and the number is 1,127 for both accounts. One was yesterday and another was this afternoon. I cannot get through to get these free tickets. What is the deal?
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Everything's fake and gay. That's the issue.
Wow.
Well, I'm
Angel
concerned.
exposed. Man.
This is actually a fairly common socialist trick as well that they use in political gatherings. I mean, socialist trick, literally. When they do political gatherings, they give people option to buy solidarity tickets for the underprivileged who can't get it there otherwise. And this is 98% of the time merely a way to go like, hey, you'll be a really good person if you pay twice. And we'll give this to an underprivileged person. It is a complete scam.
Wow.
Equally.
There is no supposed to anymore, okay? We're free. For example, I'm about to fart right now.
Oh.
Wow. This is the sound of freedom.
Oh, whoa.
Yup.
Oh no.
Oof. And the tweet to this is
wow.
The tweet to this is the sound and smell of freedom. And in the Sound of Freedom, it uses the same line and everything. It's delivered the same way. And if you remember Sound of Freedom at the time, Hollywood hated it. There were loads of things about how it was sort of like right-wing conspiracies and stuff. And so
Just
you
that
distribute
face.
it, and they put this in.
How are they okay with this?
It's just like Seth Rogen.
Yeah.
So gross.
Disgusting.
Because this is the rug pull. This is they're revealing who they really were all the time. If they want to play ball and they want to be taken seriously in Hollywood, this is they have to humiliation. It's a humiliation ritual. They have to humiliate themselves into initiation. And they're also publicly traded now, so it's a publicly traded company. This isn't the same small company that it's like, hey, please buy a ticket for us. At the end of the movie, there's QR codes that come up. It asks you to buy tickets for more people. It asks you. It actually shows. Did you like the movie? Did you not like the movie?
Yeah,
both of those take you to a checkout page.
And I think
But
they
this
could
is a
have.
corporation.
I think they could have pleaded ignorance and been like, well, no, Animal Farm, it looked like it was for us. We didn't know the product we were going to get. We agreed to distribute it before we saw the final movie. It's our mistake. I think they could have got away with all of that until this, where you come out and now you start attacking people that are calling you out.
Yep.
Oh, Animal Farm. No one wants us to be together.
They haven't even seen me. They're judging a movie by its trailer, which is what trailers are for. But still.
At Chloe Rice 8272 said, Seth Rogen is probably the last person to come to mind to voice a character who's literally meant to resemble Stalin.
Resemble Stalin as a pig?
Seth Rogen is a perfect pig, Stalin.
People are saying I should have been rated R, full of blood, darkness, and despair. At Huff UITV said, making Animal Farm kid-friendly is dystopian.
It's a story about talking farm animals. It's read by kids in middle school.
George Orwell made it that way. It's not like we're doing Schindler's List with farm animals.
No, you are doing Schindler's List with farm animals. That is literally the book. I mean, the way they okay, my grandmother bought me this book as I was a child, having no idea what it was, and it fucking traumatized me when they worked the horse to death and then sent it to the Blues Factory.
It's supposed to haunts me as an adult still. Yeah.
Watership Down, anyone?
Watership
I was
Down.
going to say Watership Down, yeah.
Kids movie.
Nah, this book sticks with me.
And then at Dustin Maddox 9445 said, "It is wild that Angel Studios would put out a pro-communism movie that was adapted from an anti-communism."
What are they
I
doing?
hate communism.
Me too. And at Generically Entertaining said,
They can't just go past that because you can't just go, well, I hate communism. It's like, yeah, but the movie is like pro-communism. Like it ends with the communist revolution is the point of the movie.
Try it right.
This
Let's do it
reminds me
again.
a little bit of the Onion taking over InfoWars, doesn't it? A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Where you're like, oh, I thought this was going to be one thing.
And at Generically Entertaining said, "They don't even need that windmill anymore. Just hook up a generator to George Orwell's grave and he'd power the whole farm." Because he's rolling over.
I get it. It's really funny.
It's not true.
But it is really funny.
It's really funny.
So Angel fans hate me?
No, most don't. You passed the guild. It's a loud minority trying to silence us.
Oh boy.
Fuck off.
Like the pigs. They call everyone that doesn't like the movie pigs. And the pigs in the book, are the just pure evil. They're the ones that subvert language, they're the ones that engage in all the communism tactics. They are calling you the villains in the movie.
Wow, dude.
I just
Solid
want
choice,
families,
Cotton.
including kids, to understand why communism is bad. Is that so wrong?
They'll never let us be together.
Because of Seth Rogen.
Because of Seth.
No.
So I guess we just won't release you to the world.
I'll disappear like Boxer.
I love you, Animal Farm.
I love you, Angel. Goodbye.
Which would be okay if you gave us a reason to connect emotionally with Boxer, but the movie doesn't do that. You like the characters that are actually important. The movie doesn't give you the chance to actually care about anyone. It's just rolling. It's a bad movie on its own. Talk about like the actual substance of it. The movie is bad. But here, if you want to share my screen here, this is what you get when you scan the "I didn't like it" QR code.
What?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Your opinion is wrong.
You get called a
Your
pig
opinion
immediately.
is wrong. And if I scroll down, yeah, we heard you and you're wrong. But wait, just wait. Give us money. The I'm correct correction payment portal. Yes, $75. This is real. This is a real checkout if you didn't like this movie.
That's so bizarre.
So they are trying to lean into the
That was
joke
funny.
by calling the fans a loud minority when you bought a movie that Hollywood didn't want, by the way. That's why you got it, Angel Studios. Hollywood this wasn't good enough for Hollywood. And does Andy Serkis hate communism?
No.
Don't think so.
He was a member of the Socialist Party in the 90s.
Oh my
This shit is wild. I had not seen
That's
this.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that video actually made by Angel Studios and released?
It's on the official Animal Farm Twitter account.
Yes, it is.
And it's got Angel Studios' name all over it. And this is the thing, right? If they want to claim we're just distributing, we don't have anything to do with the marketing, get your name off the marketing. Because the moment your logo goes on it, you are signing it. Like you are just as attached to it as anything else.
Too late now. This you can't unmake the soup on this one.
That is
a bunch of influencers went out and did a bunch of ads without seeing the movie.
Oh no!
Fucking embarrassing.
Riley Gaines said I had early access to the movie, and it's like, yeah, but did you actually watch it though, or did you just tell us you had early access to it?
Then she didn't stick to the ending. She did see it. She didn't stay to the end.
Wow! Holy shit!
This is baffling.
Well, shills on both sides, baby.
Yeah.
Shills on both sides. This
money.
is, Black Rifle Coffee all over again.
It's disappointing.
Ironically, though, all of this does actually just reflect the book. It is like people, like, yeah, we'll say everyone is equal, but actually people will do whatever they can to get more than everyone else, and so equality never works because it's not true.
Like it does not shock me that it doesn't really shock me that political talking heads would push this out without watching it. The same people that give really bad takes on entertainment and stuff like it doesn't shock me. And I think my guess is most of them probably did without ever watching it. It just was like another ad read for them. But it's like, you gotta. I can't. I didn't know Tucker had fucking done it either. Like that.
He did it on multiple streams. He did multiple ad reads for them, and his one is bad because he tells you to take your kids to it, and he essentially recommends the book. Most of his ad read is what the book is about, not the movie. So he clearly didn't watch it either, or no one from his team.
No, it's pretty apparent.
And I do think it's pretty damning that Angel Studios agreed to do a debate with Tim Pool and then backed out because they had no one that was available to do it. Now, that's probably the best decision because I think they're about to be humiliated. With Andy Serkis's comments, they don't really have a leg to stand on in that regard.
There also has to be the no disparagement clauses. I mean, Angel Studios, even if the guys like let's say they knew, oh my gosh, we bought something we shouldn't have bought. They can't say anything bad about it. They can't besmirch Andy Serkis.
Correct.
We can talk about how bad this movie is and how this was a bad mistake. They almost have to make something to get some kind of buzz to convince somebody to be willing to go, like to see the film. But they can't say anything bad about it. They're liable.
I think that's what happened. I think they bought it off of name alone. They thought, oh, this is anti-communist, so it's going to go to our base pretty well. And then they actually watched it and they're stuck with it. And they have to sell it and they can't say anything bad about it. Because like the I didn't like it, and then it takes you to some like snarky thing about, oh, you were all wrong and all that stuff. I could totally see that being a joke on if it was actually a good Animal Farm technique. And people that were left and said, I didn't like it, then they're making fun of them. So I could totally see that as their angle. But they didn't watch the movie, and that's not what the movie said. The movie said capitalism is bad.
Well, in that case, though, Angel Studios should have watched the movie and formed a marketing campaign about what the movie was, because even the professional critics, a lot of them would have agreed with the communist perspective, all the quality and everything else, and they interpreted Orwell's novel as different. So a lot of them say the problem is about power and authority rather than specifically communism or subversion or virtue signaling. So there are different ways that you can read that book, which are technically correct but entirely miss the point. Whereas in the USA Today, which is where the earlier video came from, it specifically says, instead, Andy Serkis gravitated towards the themes of capitalism, wealth, and overconsumption. So none of these are about communism, and so Angel Studios trying to double down on what the book was about and pretend it's an accurate adaptation hurts them even more, because now it comes across you're lying. When you realize you were mistaken, you should have gone more towards, well, we just don't like power, we think authoritarianism is bad, we think censorship is bad. But
Nick Searcy retweeted you, retweeting somebody retweeting your video, Disbrew. Yeah.
It was it was a video that absolutely died, but from the very first time the reviews came about, because my videos have kind of changed. At first I was like, I don't know whether I should trust the critics, and then the more you look into it, the evidence more and more damning, and everything just kept getting worse over the last week. It's been kind of a wild ride.
This is nuts. I'm just going over it now on Twitter. Just 26%. So everybody hates it. And this is why Angel Studios, this movie was dumped on Angel Studios. By the way, again, director of The Hunt for Gollum.
Yep.
Andy Serkis, who directed Venom Last Dance. No.
It was the second.
No, Carnage. Venom
Carnage. Yeah, he did Carnage. So, it's not looking good. This is so dumb. It's such an unforced error. But that video, basically calling the people who don't like this pigs, not a good plan. Not a good plan. You will, you are going to face a lot of repercussions for this. And what gets by the guild, just wait how this affects you a couple years from now for a movie that's not going to make you any money. For a movie that's not going to make you any money at all. Like, why did you do this? unbelievable. But how many times have we seen this? How many times will we see it again in the future? The rug pull. Yeah. Tim said he invited them on the show to talk about it, and they wouldn't go on.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think even Andy Serkis was supposed to be involved and backed out as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Has he been doing press for this?
No, but I think that was a part of the arrangement with Tim, but I could be wrong on that, but I'm relatively certain that he said that Andy Serkis was supposed to be involved initially.
It seems like they did it
in going on Tim Pool?
Yeah, going on Tim Pool to talk about.
Really?
No. Angel Studios told him that people would be meeting him, and it was implied that someone from the studio, from the creation, might be, which was also implied it might be Andy Serkis, but he wasn't sure specifically.
What were you saying before?
Man.
It just seems like they're doing this because they can, in a sense, because the left still has such a like a stranglehold on media. Like still, even as it's the sinking ship that it is, it seems like the right has still not been able to really come up with much to compete with.
Well, that's the unfortunate thing, because Angel Studios was producing some stuff that was getting traction. Like people that were getting attention.
Yeah.
They did some stuff that was okay. It wasn't the greatest thing in the world, but didn't need to be because they're an up and coming studio with they have a lot of financial backing. Okay. And now they're publicly traded. And this is probably why they made the change. Didn't Black Rifle Coffee make the change right around the time they were publicly traded? Isn't the same thing, and it's a grift. What Arch said, it's a fucking grift. That you can't look at it any other way right now. And it might be hard to hear. They offered me, I should have taken it. They offered me a screener. I said, no, I'll watch it whenever. Because I wasn't super interested in seeing it, to be honest with you. But they told me I could rip it apart if I wanted to, which I would do anyway if I didn't like it. But yeah, I wasn't offered to pay. Should I be insulted a little bit about that?
A little offended.
Well, it makes you wonder
I
when
wouldn't
everyone
have read
else.
the ad.
It makes you wonder when everyone else was offered. Like, did you get it a long time in the past, and this is more like a reaction to the backlash which happened when everyone found out what it was after the critics reviews?
That's a good point. Yeah. So this you think okay?
So if you were offered, because the professional the corporate critics came out about a week ago. So if you had that offer beforehand, everyone saw the disaster on Rotten Tomatoes. The critics came out with what it was. There was backlash about that and that it was being subverted. Then
so they started paying people. They started throwing out the cheddar. Yes. Boy, they fucked up on this one.
Yeah, they did. They just single-handedly destroyed their reputation.
Dude, you only get one
along
chance
with
of
a
this
lot
stuff.
of people.
You only get one chance of this stuff, and rebuilding it is people are going to trust you because they're gonna feel like when the customer feels like they were lied to, it's done. You're done. You're done. There has to be some trust involved in there, unless you're a James Gunn fan.
And I mean, they've been chasing it since Sound of Freedom. Like, they've been trying to find something even somewhat comparable. Obviously, they haven't found anything even close to it, but they were off to even a good start this year. Like, end of last year, David came out, lots of positive praise, a little bit of money. This year, Solo Mio came out with Kevin James. That one got some good reviews, again, for a budget of it. And obviously they're more of a, distributor, but they made some money off of that too. This, I don't know how they recover.
I think there is some logic to we are attached to something with Andy Serkis's name, Seth Rogen's name, and it feels like maybe they worked it out in their head in some form of a rationalization. It's like, see, we can work with these people and still do the thing we want to do. The problem is when you come out with a fucking video going after the fans, that's when you lose.
Had they ever done that with anything else? They've never done that with anything else. So why did they do it with this? It's a weird
Has any movie done that officially? I mean, not Amanda Stenberg, going out there.
Yeah, it's just such a weird move. Even if you say, like I was implying before, they saw the list of actors, they saw that it was anti-communist. Hey, this kind of fits possibly. They didn't fully review it and really think about critically what the story is telling you.
Well, I think
they made that even if those are all
Well, that's
true,
a
and they
terrible
made
mistake. If you're
Yeah,
watching a
is
movie,
that
you
way.
should watch it and understand it and know what it's about.
Even if that
Well,
is true,
I think they probably
still didn't
assumed,
need
like
to
you
make
said,
this video.
that it was Animal Farm and it was going to be anti-communist. And they're like, "Oh yeah, Animal Farm, great,
Right.
we'll take it." And then they basically painted themselves into a corner and like you said,
then
with
made this video.
non-disparagement.
That's completely
they
even if those are all correct and they made that mistake and all that stuff. Why did you make a video calling out?
Well, not only that, it's like at that point, be honest. Don't. Obviously, if you can't disparage the film, obviously, because you're distributing it, just be honest about what it is and don't endorse it and just release
can you
it.
demand reshoot, cut off that third act?
Can you cancel your contract?
Well, no, their way out was going, we are a Christian organization, we're a values-based entertainment, but we are a business and we believe we should publish both sides, but we're still going to prioritize
That's
Christian
fair.
entertainment because nobody else will. And they pitch themselves as just a normal business, and people would have accepted that. You even get, well, we need to work with Hollywood to kind of break the stigma that maybe happened with us. Amazon has the same issue. They're not seen as like really taken seriously, so they want to get awards. This is a standard thing in entertainment. It is that video specifically, which is the okay, you've lost everything.
Bridge too far. You crossed
I
the
ended
line.
my last video with at least they didn't do this. So just so I literally said at least they didn't attack the fans.
You get a sequel.
Next video.
That video, by the way, came out 1 hour after I published my video.
No!
I hate when that
happens. Wow.
I said at least they haven't done it. Investigate who signed this off. Investigate your procedures and don't do it again. And then release that.
You just get another video out of this, Disparate.
Oh well, I'm including that, in
and
my
it'll
review
do
of the
better.
movie,
I promise
so.
you, it'll do better once the word got out. So, who has released tweets and deleted them? Redheaded
Wall Street-
Libertarian.
Oh no.
Red-Headed Libertarian, Wall Street Mav, both deleted theirs. I don't think Red-Headed Libertarian had seen it specifically. She seems to be like a long-term partner with them who was just like recommending the movie because she recommends the other stuff. Wall Street Mav specifically said this is the movie woke Hollywood couldn't create. It's anti-capitalist. It shows that communism will always fail and all that kind of stuff.
Woke Hollywood could create a lot of shit and fool you.
It's got Seth Rogen in it.
Yeah, like he's
You
the
don't
main
think
character.
Seth Rogen is laughing his ass off right now?
Probably.
He's got his money. He's got his
got those
fucking money,
Christians.
and Angel has been just fucking owned and biffed. Like he's laughing his ass off right now,
And he got paid.
and he got paid.
Yeah, and you got paid.
And the movie looks like Hoodwinked from 2005. The
Oh,
animation
Jesus.
drops out sometimes. There is a
Okay, fuck that movie. By the way, just want to say,
Hoodwinked?
yes, I hate every fucking animated movie
that's-
ever made, except for a
I was
couple.
at a pizza
Because I
place with my
had
kids.
kids and I watched them all. I watched every single fucking one, and it's
Such a
just
baffling movie, man.
yeah,
So
people.
weird.
Yeah,
there's the scene out of the book where the pigs start to shape shift into humans, and it is hard to look at. It is you think you're on some kind of psychedelic watching this. You're like, this was for kids. They said this was for kids. This is terrifying. As an adult, I'm focusing on the texture of my screen now because I can't focus on the film anymore.
Bro,
so I
I've
don't
seen-
understand.
I worked on Mars Needs Moms. I worked on the Blu-ray for that one, so I watched it like 20 times, and that was worse. That was worse for my brain than methamphetamine.
That movie was out for like a week.
It was.
I
It's
worked
dark.
theater at the
It's
time.
a dark
It is-
movie.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Like
not
one
good.
dude's mom gets killed. So
It's
Kinda
just
sad.
the whole between Angel Studios getting fucking wrapped up in this and so many fucking like big right wing whatever influencers. It's just, bruh, it's just a massive fucking black pill. This is the reality, right? A lot of your
It's
favorite fucking follows or whatever.
Yeah,
People
just know
joke
that.
about $7,000 per post, like
Yep.
in Israel, whatever. It goes everywhere on every fucking side for so many different things.
it's fake.
You just gotta
gay.
be discerning. Just
Whatever.
be discerning with the people that you put all your chips into. Like a
Fair.
lot of these people are just reading ad reads. Like
If they come out and say, if they come out and go like, "Hey, I just saw it as an ad read.
That's
I didn't
fine.
see the movie. I fucked up." That's cool. Like, fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Or
fine.
taking
this is how
marching
Angel
orders.
gets out of this. They make a complete apology. They redo it. They get those same actors, even get the same actors, do the whole thing, and be like, "Look, we messed up. We were just messing around."
Make Seth Rogen read the apology.
Oh,
they didn't make this movie. No,
there's a way out. There's a way out.
Like they didn't make it to remake it.
What was that, Ryan?
You know this.
I was just gonna say, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's like right after the assassination attempt, and Trump made the post about this, why we need my ballroom and everything, and immediately you see within fucking 3 minutes, 200 different like influencers tweeting exactly the same fucking verbiage about the ballroom. Like it's just everything on every side.
Yeah,
regardless of which one you're on. Is fucking fake. And
was it Jack Posobiec, one of those?
Probably.
Yeah, he was.
Oh,
So yeah, it's you said it earlier, comics, and Tim said it too. It's all fake and gay, right? And it's disappointing as hell, but especially from Angel. And again, I've sat down and talked to them, and they sounded like they were like on the right path, because they were going to be user driven. That guild was pretty much what drives everything, but the guild doesn't get to see the movie first, right? So they're just presented, hey, we're going to do Animal Farm. And they're like, oh, fuck, we hate commies. Yeah, let's go. And they're going to vote for it.
Yeah.
So you can't, and you throw them under the bus. You throw the guild under the fucking bus on this one. I just thought of that, and you guys probably brought it up earlier, but holy shit. And then, calling who I want to give him credit. I was just looking at the post. There's Fake Wizard right there. I can't find it now, but somebody said you just called your audience pigs.
Yeah, well, and the pigs are evil in the book. They are pure evil. It is way more than just calling them an animal when in reference to this.
So I wonder how far up the approval of that, video release went, because it was on the Animal Farm.
Marcus Pittman. Sorry, Shad.
And so. Like if the heads of the studio can see that is really bad, they should get that pulled and apologize for it quickly. Because if I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, I could say this could have been a really misguided mistake from some stupid marketing, middle manager or something like that put it out thinking that they had approval. That just made them look terrible.
It had to go. I'm telling you, it had to go by more people than that. And I mean, we're trying to give them credit, but they fucked up. This is a major fuck up on their part. You can't pull the movie now because it's in theater. Well, they would have to eat. They're going to lose a bunch of money on this anyway. But here's a life lesson for any person or corporation. You do not get to choose your legacy. Life will choose it for you. And now you will no longer be known as Sound of Freedom. You'll be known as Animal Farm. The people who made an anti-capitalist Animal Farm, that's what you're going to be known for now.
And they're not going to lose the money right away because of how just like the whole model is set up, right? With the people, like with the memberships and everything. So they already have like the money there. So it's already from them. And so any money they do make is going to be mostly profit because of how that stuff works. What is interesting is that Motley Fool just had an article out earlier saying why Angel Studios stock flew higher today. Apparently it's up 20%. So
listen,
stock price has nothing to do with
shareholders.
Saying like that's what they're
shareholders are some of the most low information motherfuckers on the planet because most people run their own portfolios.
Long term,
it's all based on fucking optics and perception and not reality.
And it's not even perception of the company, it's the perception of what everyone else will perceive about the company. So you're just guessing on essentially
and
mask
and maybe they sold their soul to the devil, Odin, to get that. Maybe they knew like if we do this movie, it's gonna make our stock price go up. Sure, we'll piss off our core customers, but fuck them.
But
how many times have we seen that before? So
one of the themes of the books is essentially the power of like repeated chance to give an ideology power to convince people of things. And Tim Pool posted, and it's on the Angel account and the Animal Farmer Cautionary Tale account, which is where that video came from. So it does imply that there's communication between the two, and the marketing that goes across the two is exactly the same. when you're doing exactly the same message. The anti-capitalist themes of Orwell woven into the book are very much present. It's a faithful take on his critique of corruption and power. We encourage everyone to see the movie. And if you scroll down in the picture, yeah, there's Angel. So I don't see how Angel can separate themselves from the videos on that Twitter account.
Yeah.
When it looks like the same person is doing the marketing for both.
Yeah,
this is not good.
And
not good.
Hollywood and Seth Rogens of the world are laughing their fucking asses off.
Well, they very likely hate Angel Studios and what they said that they stood for, and so
I can't imagine Seth
Especially
Rogen is.
Seth Rogen.
Yeah, I cannot imagine he's happy.
It's a Christian organization, right? You don't think Seth Rogen is laughing at taking money from a Christian organization?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing Andy Serkis, hey, great Gollum, great actor, love him. Probably atheist, probably socialist. I'm guessing he's still a socialist.
Probably.
You know, like most of the
That's a good
actors.
bet.
Just such a weird thing. They actually think that they'll get to continue acting the same way with their form of socialism. It just, which is communism.
Yep.
Oh, it hasn't been tried properly yet.
Yeah. Oh God.
That's always the excuse. Yes,
Yep.
it has.
Why does
know
Seth
the
Rogen
end
keep
state.
popping up? I had to watch The Boys. Seth Rogen's in that.
I know.
He did die though.
At least he dies horribly.
There's a lot of actors I don't like, and I find really annoying that die in that. I thought that
Jared
was really
Padalecki, doesn't he look like he's had work done?
Oh yeah.
It looks like he's had a little cheek work done, and his beard was dyed.
His crow's feet were definitely
Didn't look good.
pulled back.
He looked a little tight.
He looked off. He looked off.
Tight.
What was that, Chrissy?
He did. He looked a little tight in the face.
Yeah, he looked, which is weird.
Unnecessary.
He's not that old.
The worst, Gary, my life is horrible, especially lately. But
Period.
the worst 2 hours, well, usually I can count on the worst 2 hours of my week being when I have to sit down and watch Daredevil, Born Again, and The Boys. Holy fuck, man.
It's rough.
I'd like to say I'm sorry, but I know you would feel that way anyway, Ryan. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It just, making it a little worse makes you feel something. I hurt you to feel.
Not wrong.
Hurt people.
I was gonna say that's
I watched The Boys and Daredevil.
Hey, Ryan, we got Japan coming up, man. We are going to have so much fun in Japan.
In
Okay.
Japan, you think
Yeah,
so?
dude.
You're going to smile. I'm going to make you smile at least once.
You think I'm gonna have a good time in Japan?
I think you are.
He's karaoke, man.
Good, dude. It's gonna be good.
Karaoke.
Hey, I didn't recruit you to be, because we need wranglers for the bus. Garrett's going to do that now. Yeah, you are. All right, we'll just let them roam free. I mean, they'll be safe. They'll be safe in Japan. It's not like, oh God, but I think I didn't rope you into that, Ryan. I just want you to have a good time. I want you to have a good time. I was just watching Callum is his name. He used to be on
Lotus Eaters. Is that
he did that documentary about South Africa. Holy shit. It is.
Have you
great.
You talking about like
watch
the white villages there and everything?
Yeah, well, he went to visit the white village there. That was just paradise. But he was showing everything else, and like they have rolling blackouts all the time now, and it's just falling apart. Now I know we have some South Africans in the chat, so maybe you can tell me if it's that bad. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And then it made me think about Egypt. What a hellhole that was. And actually, Egypt looked better in some aspects than some of the stuff I saw in South Africa, which I'd love to go to someday, but I don't want to die.
His channel is Britannica. Highly recommend. He does great travel videos and stuff. One of his first that was amazing was doing tourism in England from 0% English to 100% English and the difference that it makes. It's kind of what he specializes in. But yeah, if you're interested in finding out about anything like that, really incredible videos. Yeah.
Absolutely great video. He did a bunch of it when he was like really sick. He had pneumonia. Still did it.
Oh, suck.
Fucking Chad, dude.
I mean, danger tourism. He goes to like some of the...
Yeah.
Well, doesn't matter how dangerous the country is, he just goes anyway.
When he's about to leave, he goes, I've been to Syria, and he lists off all the Middle East countries.
He was in, like, Afghanistan and all that kind of stuff.
He's all, at least with jihadists, if you stay out of the politics, you're going to be fine. You can walk down the street at night, Can't say the same for Egypt, to be honest with you.
One of my favorite clips he had was he was in Afghanistan and he was in like one of the bases that the Americans had, and outside were just in the trash were just a load of ring binders about like feminism and female empowerment and stuff. They've just been yeeted out into the bins the moment they left.
No. No, but he said he felt safer in those countries than parts of South Africa. So highly recommend the video. It's really good. It's really good. Watched it last night. But yeah, let's talk about Daredevil, Born Again, and The Boys. You pick which one you want to talk about first. The Boys.
Daredevil, Born Again. That's
a slightly more interesting one.
I will say Daredevil. This episode was better than The Boys episode.
Yes.
Somebody died in this episode, which was pretty. Actually, both episodes.
Yes. It was the
kind
most,
of a positive overall.
The most predictable death in the history of predictable deaths.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
They were like, "Oh, the Penguin. They killed the right hand man of the bad guy. We should do that." But with like no competence or talent.
They killed the wrong person. The person who should have died was BB Urich.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would have given it stakes, consequences.
She's diverse, so you can't.
She's safe.
Yeah.
She's safe.
Well, you would have got to have seen his trauma as well, like doing something which he really despises. You could have got all the emotional torment of, I'm kind of doing it to save my own life, but now I've got to be loyal to them, whatever, but I've also betrayed someone I love. And you get all that kind of character drama out of one thing, but instead, like, no, because we just want her to survive rather than him, because he's not important.
But now you think, why was this character in the show at all? And why were we cutting to his scenes every 2 seconds?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of bad decisions that were made in this episode. Why would you willingly watch your death without bringing a fucking weapon? The dude's like literally with his back to you, sitting on the couch. You could have just walked up and shoot him in the back of the head. I mean, come on.
He needed to die so that we had more sympathy for BB Urich. That's why, because she's a horrible person, and that's exactly why she's the hero. She's a terrible human being. She's a shrew.
Yes.
I hate her a lot.
Could you cut his entire content from this season and probably BB's as well, and nothing would change in the plot?
Yes. Yes.
That is astounding.
You could cut his character completely.
Yeah, it's actually useless filler that drags it down, drags things out, makes it more boring, and then he's killed off and shoved to the side anyway. It was so pointless. This show.
The crazy thing is he never even got to fuck. Like,
I
you know what I mean?
Well, it's like he flips so fast too. She's like, "Is this really the person you want to be?" He's like, "Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'm not going to hand you off anymore."
What an idiot!
That was so fucking stupid. That was such a bad word.
And that was almost the A plot of this episode.
Yeah,
that was like they spent so much time on that. There was a lot of time spent on that.
A lot of time on it.
Yes,
and you have a show with Daredevil, Kingpin, and Bullseye. And they're barely fucking in it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Razorfist tweeted that he believes it's the least worst thing Marvel has done. It might be. It might be. I wouldn't like argue with like it might be the least worst thing of a series, a live action series that they've ever done. It's still abysmal. And I think what it points out, puts a giant red flag on again, is Disney can't make Marvel. They are completely incapable. They had the pieces were there, most of the pieces. Yeah, you're missing the writer. That's kind of a big deal. But you have free reign now. This doesn't cost very much. You have Vincent D'Onofrio, Charlie Cox, forgot the guy who plays Bullseye. They all pretty much embody the character. They do a really good job at it.
Yeah.
And it's fucking terrible. The dialogue is terrible. It is predictable. It is terrible. And the amount of time spent on side characters that we do not give a shit about, what they've done to Karen Page, what they've done to Kingpin. So Kingpin's a Trump allegory. Well, they've reduced him to that. So, and that's why nobody's watching it. Nobody's watching it because prior to Daredevil Born Again coming out, they basically deballed the Kingpin. Daredevil had his walk of shame. So the damage was done before the show even started. And maybe they thought like, hey, nobody watched that. They won't pay attention. It'll be fine. It clearly had an impact on it. Because the Daredevil show did well enough on Netflix for it to get 3 seasons back 10 years ago. So the amount of damage done to characters that we liked is you have to work hard. Again, you have to work really fucking hard to do this, and they don't know how to adapt Marvel anymore. And like the bad guy being the anti-vigilante task force, a bunch of incompetent cops. There's no danger. There's no stakes. Nobody's worried that they're gonna, it's just a scenario they're setting up. Like Daredevil needs help at the end. He's all, please God help me. It's like, you don't need help. These guys are fucking idiots. Just go fight them. You know what? Maybe have some more scenes with Daredevil strategizing. You know what they could really use is the Punisher, who is not in this season, which is inexplicable because so much of it, especially the anti-vigilante task force using his skull, was part of season 1, and the reason he's missing. So it's kind of the best word to describe this show is frustrating.
Oh, easily. And one of the things that frustrates me is what you're talking about, Gary, is like the main antagonists are these pathetic goon cops, right? And in context, they should not challenge Daredevil at all. But they've depowered him to the point where a couple of these goons not only basically beat him up, he has to be saved by Bullseye in some, Deus Ex Machina thing out of the thing. And I'm watching this thinking, Daredevil should be kicking the crap out of them without even trying. Yet suddenly now is struggling. And
why is this show not about Bullseye? This should be all about Bullseye. It should be just him being a psychopath. I don't want to see him be a good guy. I don't want to see him be struggling with being a good guy, but he's going to turn eventually. I just want him to be a psychopathic killer that is obsessed with Matt Murdock and wants to be him. Like, that's what I want to see. But I'm seeing
Vanessa was so
and then Vanessa, all this side story about Vanessa, and then Karen Page is this boss bitch, and like then Matthew Lillard is in here for some reason. I don't know. For some
reason,
I zoned out at some point, so I don't know why he's in the show.
He's selling drugs, guns, and that's it.
I thought he was going to be this big thing that was basically the foil for Kingpin, the one thing that had power. Kingpin had the power of the city, and this is the power of the federal government.
It's another reason to make Kingpin less powerful.
Yeah,
I think that Lillard's gonna have a big part in the next season as well, because like Luke Cage is coming back. And obviously he's the one that's been moving these pieces around and having them fight overseas or some shit. I don't know.
He's been good. I've liked Lillard in this.
Well, I want to see Daredevil.
Performance.
I just Daredevil in the Daredevil show.
What's the character doesn't make any sense.
You're talking about wanting. Go ahead.
No. I like all the actors too, and I like their performances. The writing but that's with most of these shows. The writing continues to be so terrible that you're like, why watch it? The writing's abysmal. You look at Matthew Lillard's in it. Yeah, he's charismatic, and you like the scenes that he's in. I don't know why he's there. It's like, hey, it's cool to see him in something, but I don't know what his motivation is, or what he's doing, or why I should care.
Radicalized kind of out of nowhere. I just am like, what?
Yeah, she's like, we gotta kill everybody.
Yeah, why is so
Karen, settle down.
Oh, she's the girl boss now.
Yeah,
they got to make her strong.
Exactly.
Like when Daredevil dragged in Bullseye in one of the previous episodes, right? And her reaction was just like, what are you doing, you idiot? Like, it was on her face, like she was judging Daredevil, and she was, the one who's gonna, lecture him, basically.
The full character flip. Like, she used to be the one saying, you don't need to be going out there. You're putting your life on the line. Like, why are you doing this? And all of a sudden, she's like, we should pop a cap in everybody's head.
She tries to. She tries to.
So I hear what you're saying about like the idea of like this being all about Bullseye, whatever. From my perspective, I'm almost like, man, we have seen too much of Kingpin in the Daredevil series.
Yes.
Yep. We now have 5 seasons of Kingpin. We have 3 seasons of Bullseye. Like, I actually think they needed to do something different. Especially because what we're not even really getting, I guess, that much. A lot of it just seems recycled because it's just Cliff Notes versions of what these characters are giving us, and then a big chunk dedicated to characters that aren't really affiliated with any of them, and we don't really fucking care about their stories in any way. I wish they would have maybe thought about, instead of just bringing back these characters to remind people of the fucking Netflix series, that you did little things like that, but also moved on to a different fucking villain, which
it feels like we're watching him do the same.
Yeah, same shit.
I'm definitely tired of Fisk. Like, Run him dry. I'm tired of that character.
They fucked his character up too.
That was one of the baffling things about this whole reboot is like Kingpin is on trial for some serious crazy crimes, and then they wanted to make this convoluted things like, no, now it's going to be mayor and be elected. And
They wanted it to be Trump. They wanted it to be Trump, right?
Exactly.
Even though he's convicted of all these crimes or whatever.
In
Blah, blah,
season
blah.
1, when we all said, and I said, first episode, I was like, he's Trump. No, he's not. He's not a Trump allegory.
Well, they made him
He's
Trump in season 3 on the Netflix series. So it's like, why would they not continue with that?
But they haven't.
That's the problem. I actually like Fisk. I like Fisk as a character. I love his interactions with Vanessa, his wife. There's a lot of cool things there, but I want Fisk. He's not Fisk. He's just Trump. He's getting away with this shit. There's no reason why he should. American cities aren't city-states. They can't just randomly enforce fascist laws, martial law, curfews, armed vigilante guards. It's so dumb, and it ruins everything else.
It's like a liberal wet dream.
Yeah, they were doing a little bit during COVID, but.
Well, one of the reasons that they got away with it before was there was that guy with the glasses, and he was working with the government, and so he was brought in to be like the reason why Fisk had all this power. But then Fisk betrays him, and there's no consequences for that. He doesn't lose his ability to do that. He doesn't lose all the people he gained using the guy he's now betrayed. And so the politics don't really make any sense as a whole. And I'm watching a lot of this stuff, and I'm like, I don't know why any of this is going on. I don't know what the end game is. I have the same problem with the boys. I don't know what the point of the series is, what the goal is, where you're going for it. Everyone keeps talking about how there's some grand battle for something or other. And I don't know what that is. I was like, what is your plan to take this city back? Is it just to punch people in the face? Small, low-level crimes until eventually something happens?
Like, all of a sudden now we're putting Karen Page on trial because Kingpin wants to make an example out of her, but
as a vigilante.
No one knows who he is, really, so it doesn't make sense.
Like,
it's a way to get Matt Murdock back in the courtroom. Matt Murdock hasn't been around. It's been all Daredevil. And, the costume looks great. But you
look really good.
These are impossible scenarios that it's on the writers to make us feel the stakes in these things. And it's just, they're not doing it. Right. When Jessica Jones has the chat with Cherry and Matt on the roof, it was, God, that was terrible. I can't even express how bad the dialogue was.
It's like, I have to go. Danielle. Okay, bye.
You're my favorite customer.
Yeah.
I liked when she woke him up, though, and he was playing all cocky. He's like, well, I thought you were here to kill me. Mind you, with your powers, you couldn't do that anymore. It's like, she's gripping you by the chest. You can feel her strength in that moment. You know she's more powerful than you. What are you doing?
Yeah, so
that scene specifically was just so they could mention Luke Cage. So they can be like,
yes,
next season.
Yeah,
Luke Cage is back.
Wait for the next thing. But with Kingpin, he was in the most control in season 1, and they have just been breaking him down season after season, and he's never really become the Kingpin. The Kingpin's not a spaz. Okay, the Kingpin doesn't. He cries again. This episode, he cries towards the end again, and fucking the obvious death that we saw from fucking the first from last season, really. I'm blanking.
Scene 1. It was like,
I don't even know the character's name. I've watched it so long, and
Daniel.
Yeah, because I don't care. I keep fading out when I'm watching it, and I have to go back a couple of minutes to watch it again because it's so fucking boring. But that, with that death at the end, it things like same with Vanessa. It's supposed to mean something. We're supposed to feel impact, and I'm just like, okay. What took so long?
I was like, yes. I was like, finally, somebody died.
No, but it would have meant more if BB died. If BB died, that would have meant so much more. And plus, she can't act at all. Not that he can either, but and even with Buck, we're supposed to. Buck is supposed to be this complicated character as well, and he's just not. There's not enough there. And you compare that. Ryan's watching the first seasons. Compare Buck to Wesley, dude. They're not even in the same league as far. And Wesley was in control, calm, cool, fucking strategic, kind of a badass nerd, basically. And
stuff to do. I feel like Buck is just floating around in the background, and they kind of pop him back into a scene every once in a while. They want a little bit of aura or some kind of coolness, but he's not doing anything really.
But that's
just kind of there. But like Wesley was like integral to the plot of the first season of that show. Like these characters are not on the same level.
The interesting part of like the handover though wouldn't have been Buck. It would have been Daniel Blake, and I did have to Google his name to remember who he was, because it's a case of like how very small acts can lead you down a path where there is no return. Like all he wanted was a job. He just wanted to be somebody, and now he's burying bodies and killing this girl that he's in love with. That's a great storyline. But the moment you make him sacrifice for her, this isn't a heroic sacrifice. She was entirely to blame for her own actions. There's no real need for her to do that kind of thing. It just makes him a simp.
I don't like either of the characters, period.
Yeah.
But if he had actually gone through with it and killed her, right? And we kind of see him take that, or at least play a role in her death, lead her to her death.
Right.
And that's the thing that like wakes him up and slowly turns him, and he ends up being the inside man that helps take down Kingpin. Like that could be interesting. I think it'd be far more interesting than just watching BB do the same fucking thing over and over again. And eventually she's going to play a big role in this because she's Ben Urich's daughter and she's black and she's a know-it-all. Like I'm just fucking, that's not interesting.
No, because all she's going to do now she's free is, best case scenario, is continue releasing videos on YouTube that laugh at the guy in charge. Whereas he could have been like, look, it's got to be one of us. And if you want vengeance for any of this, if you want anything to happen, if you want this to change, this is going to have to be me. And even if she disagrees and he makes her, it's like this awareness that there's going to have to be sacrifices to be made to make something like this. And I think there is something powerful within, like, what are you willing to do that's horrible in order to stop something worse? I always think it's a really good storyline for anything to show, rather than just, no, we're just all be nice and peaceful, and if we just do the good thing, everything's going to work out great. It's like,
I'm doing the right thing.
Sometimes
Now
you have to
do the right thing.
Sometimes you have to get down in the mud to defeat something worse, and especially in a show like this, which is trying to be dark, I think that's a better storyline.
And the key problem is too, like has already been mentioned, she's the bad guy here.
Yes.
Like she deserves a comeuppance.
She wasn't doing journalism. All she was doing was lying to him specifically so she could just get intel and then immediately post it.
There's going to be a quick scene of her feeling really bad about it for a second. And then, he'll be completely forgotten.
It's because she's
right? It's supposed to be her character moment, which she's not in very much. And the scenes she's in don't have any impact because they're not written very well. So it's just wasting time with characters we actually, taking away time from characters we actually want to see. And they are trying really hard to be the Netflix Daredevil series, and they just can't do it.
Hey, try fucking harder. Holy shit.
It's Temu.
Hey, there's some good deals on Temu.
There is, but that's and unfortunately, and Ryan's brought it up before. We have the Netflix series to compare it to, so
it makes it worse.
And it makes
it would brutal watching those at the same time.
If this just came out in a vacuum, I think we'd view it as kind of a mediocre show, maybe a little bit boring. But because you have the direct one-to-one comparison of potentially the greatest kind of live action comic book story that we've seen, I think you could argue that a couple of seasons of that Netflix show are that, whether on the big screen or on the small screen, some of the best live action stuff we've ever seen related to superheroes and comic books. When you have the same characters and they're wearing the same outfits and they sound the same, but nothing about it holds up in any way to the original series, and it just makes it really hard to watch.
The best live action TV they've done ever. And it holds up with some of the best MCU stuff. Daredevil most definitely is Marvel's punching bag. That's what he's supposed to be. He's always outnumbered, outgunned, somebody stronger than him. He's tough. He's the man without fear. And he's a guest star in his own show. It's and you miss Stephen DeKnight and Drew Goddard, who just wrote a hit movie, by the way, Project Hail Mary, who's not really part of the DCU, apparently. Apparently, he was in that writer's room just so they could put Drew Goddard's name on it, and he just kind of gave him a thumbs up and fucked off. But then you have this show up against The Boys. So they're both coming out And this is The Boys' final season. So we have how many episodes left after this? 3?
Oh no!
What was this?
Three.
What was this episode? 6?
Three.
So, yeah.
3 episode, I think.
6, 7, 8.
And we got I was watching episode 5, and I was just sitting there this entire time thinking, we are on the 5th episode of the final season, and we are getting fucking backstory on side characters.
Yeah.
That's right. That's
From
right.
the perspective of the dog.
The perspective of dog. We followed
I like that.
The dog was the most entertaining character.
Honestly, that was the most engaged.
I was like, oh, it's nice to see the world from his like little perspective. Like he's always
Yeah.
up and like.
I just watched a terror show.
Him dreaming about ass fucking home.
Yeah, I know.
What the heck? What is this show, dude?
I saw that
Homelander.
clip floating around on X before I watched the show, and I'm like, is this AI? Like,
They used that in the promo material. They looked at that and thought, yeah, this is really a
This
good
is
foot
it.
forward here.
This will bring them in.
But it was interesting because I could not give a flying fuck about any of the other. It's just like Daredevil. I don't care about any of the plot lines. I don't really care about any
You
of
don't
the
care about
characters.
Sister Sage.
Don't care about
Smartest person
Firecracker
alive.
or
No,
whatever.
Still
Or,
waiting for
or
it to
Soldier
happen.
Boy saying another gay joke. Like I don't care about anything about this show. It is so.
I think at this point,
tiresome.
Soldier Boy is still the most engaging person
I like the
on
actor.
screen.
Because he's the best actor.
Yes.
He's the best
Yeah.
actor, and
a-hole.
he's actually like has some sort of like arc-ish where he's like trying to come to terms with his son, and he's a fucking asexual weirdo.
Well,
but he's
one of
my
the-
asexual weirdo.
one of the refreshing things I find about Soldier Boy is the only character that can really stick it to Homelander and tell him that he's a complete messed up retard, basically, and he is powerful enough to maybe hold his own. And so it's like, all right, that's a mild kind of thing that can be somewhat interesting to see, but everything else is just so repulsive in this show and stupid. Like, we need to talk about the Sister Sage crap, where she's the smartest person in the world, apparently, but her great master plan is to just kill everyone
Genocide.
in the world so she can read in peace. Like, she can't do that on her own.
Climbing up
Guess
at
what?
last.
It makes no sense. You can
It's
do
perfect
that
'cause she-
already.
She's a
I'm like,
woman,
She,
so that
she
makes
did do
perfect
that.
sense,
That's how
actually.
Homelander found her, just in a hole reading books.
Like you can't read when Homelander goes to bed at night. I don't believe it.
Or
But
just
you
kill
also get down to,
Homelander
like-
and then go off and read. Jesus.
Yeah.
You also get down to like, why would she want to? She's the smartest person who's ever lived. Like, what is she reading apart from things which are just less than she is? Like, she would
point.
think that she would want to create and build and advance people, or even if it's just to show off her own mind, she would want to be researching new things, not old things, which she should already know because she's the smartest person ever.
Mm-hmm.
At no point have I seen
It's
her
a silly premise.
smart at all.
No.
Yeah, like, she has no grand
This-
strategy.
No.
This is
Well,
once
that-
again somebody, an idiot writer trying to write a smart person. It's
That's
impossible.
exactly what I was gonna say. It's the challenge that
He's
you know,
black and smart. So different.
writing a character more intelligent than yourself, that can be challenging.
Seth
Shout out
Rogen gets
Dave
ripped in
Filoni.
half. Yeah, there you go.
Highlight of the show, actually. Yes,
Yeah,
highlight of the show.
best part.
Seth Rogen gets ripped in half.
I did enjoy watching those people fucking die. I'm not
Yeah.
saying
McLovin did not age well at all. I was like, wow, he looks like shit. A lot of them do.
Yeah. He's looked like
I
that
can't
for a
believe
while.
these people who were children 25 years ago look old now. Ooh.
I'm not saying they're old. They aged poorly. Well, we can say that about women. We can't say that about men. Okay.
I quite frankly think it's retarded when somebody like takes a picture of a woman who is 27 and then they show a picture of her when she's fucking 52 and they're like, what happened to this person? They fucking got old.
Age.
Well,
do
there's
not happen.
aging gracefully, and then there's getting a lot of work done and looking.
there's-
like-
There is that.
Then there's certain
like
there's certain kid actors like McLovin and Seth Green who just look like 50-year-old, 17-year-olds.
They look beat. Yeah.
At some point, the being young forever runs out.
Yeah, but they all died horribly, and that was kind of a satisfying scene. Not gonna
Yeah,
lie,
it really was.
not gonna lie. But at the end, Firecracker, poor Firecracker. I knew I recognized her from somewhere. She was what's her name in the Tick series on the Amazon Tick series.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
The best thing about her death,
that death
I
was
saw
also
afterwards.
I saw that one coming as
That
well.
was bad.
The best thing about her death is the one accidental political commentary this show has done correctly is that she was killed by the left wing.
Yes.
Yes.
Immediately after abandoning Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
What an allegory right there.
Everything with the Messiah stuff.
The
is
useful idiot
awful
that once
stuff.
they've
Yeah,
served their
it's
purpose,
very-
they're just you
very
know.
sacrilegious.
Yeah,
is safe to say.
don't ever
It just
throw away
disgusts me
Judas.
It's hard to watch.
So
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Odin. Considering it's being portrayed as like obviously fucking wrong,
Yeah.
would you consider that sacrilegious if they're showing somebody doing that, but it's being portrayed as this is?
Yeah, with the lines that they say as they say them, yes. Like it's one thing if you're gonna try to like make it portray in that way, but when you make comments, especially about like the Blessed Mother, like they did in this episode, it was like,
Yeah.
"Ugh, okay, that's not no.
Well, because also, and it's at the expense of Christians.
Yes.
Like that, it's
Specifically,
meant to insult Christians.
Yeah,
So,
because you
yeah,
can tell that
it's
story
pretty
of
rough.
someone who has like the Messiah complex trying to like do that, but you can do it without having to say the,
Yeah.
explicitly those things that they were saying.
Yeah.
The guy's
Obviously,
name
they've
is
taken
Oh
shots at
Father.
Christians through this
Like-
entire thing, and anybody on the right, and they've done it since the inception of the show.
Oh, yeah,
I just
yeah.
meant specifically for like the idea of Homeland, like trying to sell this idea that Homelander is God. Obviously, everybody thinks it's wrong, and it's portrayed as wrong. But I just wonder what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, it
Because
was
it's
more of
supposed
like
to be the Trump
'cause-
allegory. It's
Yeah,
like
because they've been,
as if Trump. Yeah.
Oh, Trump thinks he's God.
yeah, they've had that stuff in there, but like it was just specific lines in this episode that were just like, okay, that's
It was pretty over the
far.
top
Yeah,
with a lot of that stuff.
yeah.
I will say the one thing that they did is like the Reverend, or not the Reverend, the pastor, her pastor in
Yes.
Florida. They didn't actually make him a bad guy. I was like waiting for them to make him also a scumbag, but he wasn't, which I was surprised about.
Oh, she turned on him.
But they're implying that like the majority of Christian America would just side with some
Soldier
Trump
Boy called
allegory.
Joseph a cuck.
Yeah.
He did. He's like, what am I, just Joseph, the ultimate cuck? Yeah, he did.
But in context of the show, he is a bad person. So like,
yeah. I mean, there was
makes sense for his character.
But again,
he just still does
Yeah,
that
again, on
great
top of
line,
that,
just
it's
like, look, if there is a God, there's one thing for sure. He didn't come from my balls or whatever. It was like, I do have to chuckle at some of Soldier Boy's lines.
Some of them, but you know,
He made it seem like it was his idea that he stopped having sex with Firecracker. That was funny.
well, so they've been chasing around the V1, right, and the virus that they don't have the V1, but they've had the virus forever. So they're now it's just about another MacGuffin and looking for this V1 forever. We're halfway through the season. They're so far off. I saw somebody commenting on Twitter, and they probably didn't read the book and didn't know, but they're like, well, I'm sure they had some of this, you know, especially the divinity thing with Homelander, the Messiah.
No.
He had a God complex, but it was never like applied directly in this
Explicitly.
manner,
God
right?
himself.
Also, they are so fucking far away from what the comics was, because Homelander didn't do a lot of the shit that
No, he
Yeah.
didn't.
in the comics.
A lot of it was basically him kind of going crazy because of the shit Black Noir was sending him.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
speaking of
'cause
Black
one of the
Noir,
issues-
what is that side story about? Like they're just going
He's an
fucking-
actor.
just to
He's
keep
just
their
an actor.
characters
He's
going.
just trying to do a play.
The one of the issues though is that now one of the points is we're going after the virus, but they had the virus, and the reason they didn't release it is because they thought it could cause the apocalypse and kill literally everyone, not just the Supes. Well, they ran a test, but the test proved literally nothing except the fact that it killed Supes. So even
Yep.
if they got the virus, they would be in no better position now than they were before because they still couldn't use it because it might cause the apocalypse. We are episodes away from the end of the finale, and I don't know what their plan is to actually.
And the boys weren't in
I
the
should
boys
know
show
by-
very much. So
No,
this
really,
episode.
Well,
This
they
is
don't
gonna be
have
a
a
rushed
plan.
finale. Yeah.
Like I think the plan, because the Homeland is the main problem here, because he's the nexus around all of which this spins. Because Homelander can be a fantastic villain when done correctly. That's why Soldier Boy is so engaging as well. Because honestly, the father and son dynamic there is some of the most interesting in the show so
It
far.
is, and Soldier Boy is the most interesting character.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and that's a problem. So this is all going, and the issue now is they've made Homelander just crazy, which destroys everything else, because I'm sure you all remember the Irina Zarutska murder on Light Rail a while ago, and they decided the guy couldn't be held liable, or they're currently deciding that now, because he was crazy. Well, if Homelander's just insane, he's not a villain. He's not a Machiavellian overlord. He is not just some evil guy. He's just nuts.
Well, we talked about this last week.
Yeah.
We talked about it last week. That's the same problem with Fisk. They're both Trump allegories, and they can't give Trump any power of like intelligence or forethought or planning. They have to just make him a crazy, stupid person.
Well,
and that's
okay,
what they've done. And
here's the issue with the character. Like his arc in the book is that he's being driven insane by his clone because he's being sent photos of him murdering people that he doesn't remember, and it's driving him crazy. It's like he is a villain, but it's because he's been gaslit into it. The
And that's
true
Black
villain
Noir,
of the story,
right, in the comics?
yeah, it's Black Noir in the comics. The true
I like how they
villain
made
of
him
the
actually
story is
black.
Butcher.
Yeah.
A character named Black, and you race swapped him to Black.
That's
I got stocks on Black Noir.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's gonna be really good by the end of the season.
I honestly, I think everyone's just gonna die. I think they're just gonna kill everybody.
they're setting up Butcher Dad.
I mean, that's
they're setting up
kind of how it ends in the
Homelander to
book.
die.
Virtually everyone
He was
dies.
the only one who lives, really, in the end.
Like there, a lot of the people who like, I know Anthony Starr said this. I think maybe one of the directors or something did as well. Like, hey, I don't like it when shows don't like pull the punch at the end and don't kill off everybody. And they were like referencing Stranger Things and stuff. And I think everyone's gonna fucking die.
Mother's Milk was also like alluding that he was gonna die.
Yeah.
The reason the ratings are so high for the show is because everybody's been tuning in for the last 7 years to see the mystery box play out of how they kill Homelander. And it's not going to be a satisfying ending. They haven't given themselves enough time or an interesting enough story to play it out. It's going to be a rushed finale. I mean, there's enough leaks out there. We could see most of how the rest of the season goes down, and it's not good.
Just because the creators clearly hate the audience, stuff like that, I could totally see them killing everyone. Like your Butcher, maybe Huey might survive, but not Homelander, and Homelander will still be alive at the end of it, just because they hate us. I could see
They're going to take his powers away and just let him live. And
you know what?
Huey
Yeah,
will die here.
Yeah.
He ends up in
I said
prison.
it's got to be a cure. That's the only thing that could make it interesting, is if it turns around and it's some kind of a cure.
But I mean, this show could have been so many things. It's not. Listen, The Boys comic wasn't like some seminal run. It's not the greatest thing ever written. It's a fun read, and it's of its time. And it's about corporate manipulation, the military-industrial complex. You can. It's also poking fun at superheroes and in turn like celebrities, if you want to see it that way too. And they kind of lost all that. In the allegory by reducing Homelander to an allegory of a caricature of how Hollywood sees Trump. And again, to echo what you guys said, giving him any kind of power or smarts would go against their worldview, and you could see how it affects it. It's still kind of easier to follow than Daredevil, because at least more things happen, I guess. It's hard to say though, because I think they're both just miserable.
Yeah,
just miserable to watch. And I have to go watch something fun afterwards. Just something that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, The Boys was miserable. I mean,
yeah,
a lot of horrible shit happens in that run.
The show running out of ideas, and like the whole scene with all those like Hollywood celebrities dying, I just was like, even the jokes within that scene, I was like, oh, this is just, they're just trying to make other Hollywood people laugh. Like there was this moment where Seth Rogen was like, I'm not really into weed. I need it for my brand. And it's like,
sell ashtrays.
I don't think that's going to make the average American laugh. Like, I don't think the average American cares about Seth Rogen's weed brand.
Well, what does make the average American laugh is to see all of them dying. So I actually think it was a good move,
Well, without that scene, that kind of didn't really add anything to the real plot of the episode.
No, it did not.
It was the only thing that was like the action piece in this episode.
I would be willing to watch a TikTok reel for
of just that
60 seconds to see Seth Rogen get obliterated.
So that's why it was there. But then it makes you think, like, we're in the last season, in the last few episodes of the show, and you're doing this. So like,
Mm-hmm.
where are we
Well,
going?
and to its good ratings, Mahler brought it up last week. It's you stay with something, especially with Mystery Box, and this can be said about Stranger Things, until you start realizing you're running out of time.
Yeah.
You know, shit. This not that Game of Thrones was Mystery Box. You saw this with Game of Thrones in season 8 when there was only 3 episodes to go. And the Night King, 2 episodes to go, and the Night King was dead.
It was
And
like
you're
the stages of grief.
It's
there's a
not that
lot
so
of
much
shit
that
to wrap up in 2 episodes.
Mystery Box takes it to the extreme because it doesn't give you a story, but any show always leads the audience to kind of theory craft about their future potential story, and it's that which people really like. It's the potential that something has rather than the reality of what it is. And the moment that potential shows that they just can't write the story that you've been making in your own head, makes them disappointed.
That's why Mystery Box is a shortcut. It's a shortcut, gets you, and it keeps you. You don't have to put so much time into world building, into characterization. You keep everything open to interpretation. It makes you freer as a writer to change things if you want to. Only problem is if you don't have a set end to go towards, it usually falls apart every time. And we'll see. I mean,
I don't think they care about that, though, because as the Duffer Brothers proved, you're on to the next job by that point. Because if you've been keeping it going for 5 series, or if you were lost and whatever, by the time all the bill comes due, you've already got your next job. You get to go extend it for like a couple of decades in your career before anyone realizes this is what you're doing.
Dan and Dave got some money out of that. They've made 1 show with 1 season. I don't know when the next season of 3 Body Problems coming out. But that's the only thing they're working on. And they had Star Wars. They had a bunch of stuff lined up. And the Duffer Brothers have a big old Paramount contract now.
Huge contract, yeah.
Stranger Things didn't end that well, by the way. Just so you know. If you didn't see it.
Having read the book for 3 Body Problem, their adaptation was crap.
Was it? Okay.
Yes, absolute crap.
How is the book?
The book is pretty good. It's interesting.
Okay.
I watched 3 Body Problem, the Netflix show, and there are some raise your eyebrow decisions with some of what they've done.
Yeah,
it wasn't the worst. honestly.
Scientists went missing. Scientists went missing.
Yeah, well, that's the funny thing about it is I thought about that book when all these NASA scientists started to disappear, because that happens in the book, and I think it happens in the series as well. But a lot of it too, which they massively changed, is that the series is actually set in China. And they set it in the UK, I believe, with this one.
Well, question: how they stopped the ship in the TV series, is that from
that
the
actually
book?
Does happen in the book?
Because that seems like a really retarded strategy to try, and we got to get this thing.
No, that is actually in the book. That's one thing
Okay.
that was actually accurately adapted. But like the lead character, they end up splitting into like 3 characters in the series, because you have the cop. And then you have like the main scientist who's going through this, the whole thing with seeing the countdown and all this kind of like weird shit that's happening. But they made it the female in that series, but there was like 3 others that basically they kind of split off to have, I guess, more diversity.
It was 2 years ago when it came out, right? And
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I can't remember much of it either.
And I watched it all. But yeah, but to your point, like it's a job for them. They're on to the next thing. And that's been a primary problem with a lot of the franchises is it's just a job. We don't have to try that hard. I'll get by with what I can get by with on the next thing. Now it's having repercussions though. I mean, it definitely hurt Jar Jar Abrams, like for sure. Like he's in director's jail. I know he's producing a project. I don't know. I think he's directing something coming out later this year. Not sure. Don't really care. Damon Lindelof still gets work for some reason. Can't wait for that Lantern series.
Yeah, it looks wonderful.
So did you guys heard right that the trailer got pulled twice off of YouTube?
Do we know why?
Copyright strike.
What? So
it.
Was there a song in there?
Yes.
That they, no
there was
longer
a
had
song.
the rights expired, basically.
So Warner Brothers
Oh my
getting hit with a
God.
copyright strike is so fucking
ironic,
glorious and ironic because they're the fucking worst on
Poetic
YouTube.
justice.
But I guess they had some Springsteen song in there that Sony owned and they didn't get the rights. And this happened to the Snyder Cut trailer, apparently. It got pulled down for a couple days until they got the rights worked out. but they put it back up and it got pulled again. I don't know if it's back up now. That is funny as hell, though. DCU's doing great.
It is something that happens sometimes for trailers when you use music, because sometimes maybe when it does come out, you do have some agreement, but it only lasts for so long. And then that deal expires maybe, and it's just an oversight. And all of a sudden you don't have rights to that thing that's in your shit.
You dotted an I, didn't cross a T or some shit like that. That's
isn't that why you remember the Knights of the Old Republic fucking remake, when the first trailer, when they revealed that like 6 years ago or whatever, and I think it was like on PlayStation's channel, and then all of a sudden like 3 years later it was taken down, and there's obviously been a lot of chaos, and who's making it has switched hands multiple times. The actual reason for it being taken down was because they didn't have the rights to the Star Wars music anymore. So they had to take that fucking trailer down.
Wow, that's hilarious.
PlayStation had to take it down.
That's what ruins a bunch of old series that had a bunch of music. If you can't get the licensing right, didn't Married with Children couldn't do Love and Marriage at the beginning?
And marriage. I think the Drew Carey show had the same issue. It disappeared for like 15, 20 years because of all the music that they had.
Cleveland Rock.
Yeah, I know that Keen Eddie had to replace a lot of music when they released the DVDs because same issue.
I think Miami Vice had that problem because there was always music in Miami Vice. Yeah, Daredevil, you got this here, lost, is this the half of its viewership, of its low viewership it lost?
Yeah. Ouch.
And not surprised
it's already
at all.
low, of its already very abysmal ratings.
We're in YouTube numbers now for this show.
The only
like Starfleet Academy.
You don't want to look at.
It's a good costume.
It's a really good costume.
Season
it's
3.
such a sad state.
And season 3 spoiling the shit out of everything. We're getting female Muse.
Hell yeah.
Stupid as fucking. Oh, God.
So dumb.
It's going to be great.
Oh, that scene too. Yeah. Almost completely forgot about that.
And the deputy mayor is going to be mayor because we see her as mayor in Brand New Day. So, yeah, that's it.
They're going to have to explain female Muse because I have no idea what's going. As far as I'm aware, like magic and stuff isn't supposed to exist. They haven't shown any that kind of thing in the series, and yet it seems to be like his soul is possessing her. But if that's possible, you need to put that in the show. You need to tell people that's part of this world and the laws of it.
Yeah.
It apparently this is okay. Female Muse she's actually in the comic books. Yeah, she was created a fucking year ago. Okay. She was created last year, maybe even for the show. But I've been on this tangent. Muse was one of the best comic book villains created within the last 10, 15 years. Like, period. Great character who did have powers. So yeah, he does possess the female Muse. Problem is it's a different person. It's not Heather Glenn.
Yeah, but in this series, they seem to be going for like a more realistic, grounded approach. And so if you want to have souls and magic, you have to put that in your series. You can't just have a randomly become a guy, and if he is possessing her, not so why. Because
they had some in the Netflix series. They had magic and supernatural stuff going on.
Adam Gow.
In the hand. But they haven't really established it in this. It seems very grounded for them to go that direction now. But everybody wants Heather Glenn, right? She's great.
Yay.
Yeah, I thought she's just going crazy. I didn't at all think it was some supernatural thing.
It might still be that.
It's just, I don't know.
She's just going crazy too. The psychiatrist going insane, whatever. But holy fuck, they've taken a long time to do this shit, haven't they? The scene with her and Karen was just, they wanted it to be so fucking
girl power.
Almost like a lesbian, like a fake lesbian fight.
It was like a breakup.
Yeah.
It was like that's the other thing with Sage. So she wants to bring her girlfriend with her. That relationship's not going to last if all the humans and all the superheroes kill each other and the boys, and we have 2 lesbians left. One of them's reading books. They're still going to break up. So they'll at least they'll have their pick of U-Hauls. They won't have to worry about treating a reservation.
Yeah. Right? No shortage.
No shortage. Let's get to the people, shall we? Here we go. Waiting for the asteroid. This is Ryan's Sock puppet
Hey,
account.
what's up? Yeah, I mean,
2 parts for $100. Hey, Jeremy. He's not here.
He's also
glad
gay. You don't want to talk to him anyway.
Yep. Yeah. I'm glad you like the Michael movie. Personally, thought there was too many time skips. Razorfist put on X that he will do another MJ rebuttal video. So I guess I have to watch that over, watch the other ones all over again. Yeah. Well, he put out those videos.
They're good. I watched them over the past week or so. Again, they popped up on my timeline. They're very good.
They're very good. And part 2 is I also want to recommend the Detail on YouTube if anyone is interested, which has a very, very good documentaries on MJ, whether it's on his music or his life in general. Love from Cali and hail the fellowship. God, I sounded like Trump right there. Love from Cali. Hail the fellowship. Love from Cali. Cali used to be a great state. Gavin Newsom fucked it up.
As looking slim in death.
Yeah.
Oh,
Looking good.
Well, you shed a lot of weight when you die.
I'm dead again. M2M for 50. Boo to Archcast. Arch hangs out with degenerate VTubers like I don't even know. Sorry, Arch. Amel.
I like his degenerate VTubers.
Hilarious.
Arch's streams are entertaining, specifically because of the contrast between Arch and the degenerate VTubers.
And the way that Arch shames them as well for their
yes.
Good.
The spray bottle is amazing.
I don't know who any of them are. Lumi Angler and Mama Oko, who all support or enable lolly, shota, creepy drawings of children, say shame to crazy freaks like Michaelia, Harry, and Arch.
Yeah, this is Lumi's crazy stalker who sends super chats to dox her real name.
Oh, really?
Yes, he's a rather dedicated hater.
Yeah, there's some dedicated ones out there. I'm reading how I'm supposed to pronounce this next name. The first name is pronounced Neve. It's an Irish name. How in the hell do you get Neve? How do you get Neve out of Niamh? I would think that was Welsh. So Neve Lawrence for €5 says, "Hail from Ireland, longtime fan,
yeah.
first-time subscriber. Thanks for the hours of entertainment and laughs. Cheers, cheers."
It's like Siobhan.
Okay. Judah Kimberly for $49.99. Disbrew. I sent my dad your Animal Farm review. It's sad because he really wanted me to apply for Angel. I'm a render engineer who's been out of work since the strikes. Oh, that sucks.
That sucks.
Looks like I dodged being the family disappointment after all. You know what?
Hey, if you can get the job, man.
Sometimes
job's a job.
Yeah.
Jobs are jobs, but sometimes, time just works out for you.
You also have, in this case, you're not really sure how it's played out. I do think Angel Studios could be like, look, this was a massive mistake. It got away from us. These people, they're not on the company anymore. There are ways out of this for them. It's just really bad luck compared to what they've done before.
Most jobs that you have, there's always going to be some downside. There's always going to be something that's frustrating. And there's some people, no matter how good they have it, no matter how much flexibility they have, because this and because that, they fucking hate their job for whatever reason. And I'm one of them.
Yeah, I've worked for the Australian government in the past, and I'm utterly ashamed of it now.
I worked for the federal government,
Yeah.
United States.
Yep.
I'm actually okay with my tax.
Still do. Watch out!
Fed. Considering what you did, I'm okay with my tax dollars going to your pay. I'm okay with it. I approve. Although taxation is theft, and we just had tax season, and fuck.
I know.
Well, at least we're not paying as much as Asmongold.
Ay.
Oh, yeah.
Also not making as much.
Wow. Holy shit.
I'm getting some back.
Or you see people that were getting so triggered that it's like you could have used that money to hire more people. And
Yeah.
No, the strangest part is when he was told, well, you could probably cut that down and you'd gain an extra $2 million. And he's like, what would I do with $2 million? Like,
what am I gonna do?
He's like, I buy $2 steaks. I couldn't spend that much.
He was told that he needs to spend $2 million a year to reduce taxes, and he was like, what? He doesn't know what he would spend it on.
No, I saw
employees.
Yeah, I talked about this on a previous stream, but I saw some people telling him how he could spend his money.
I think we may have seen the same tweet, Gary.
Yeah,
we might have seen the same tweet on artists, and I would just say, Asmongold could spend his money on whatever the fuck he wants to
He also
spend.
might not care about that.
Well, the thing is, I think he does. I think he buys exactly what he wants, and he just doesn't actually want that much. He's just very happy with his life the way it is, and he just doesn't want to be told to do anything different.
It's really nobody's business.
There's it's nobody's business. I mean, going out there and talking about it. What was that? Caleb Hammer? Was he on?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
his
it's part of the
attitude,
podcast, so.
his attitude, I actually think deserves credit. Where you should be just content with enough. You don't need to.
I like it a
Yeah,
lot.
I would be perfectly content with that much fucking money. That would be my attitude if I had that much fucking money. It's pretty easy to just be content with your millions and millions.
You get what I'm saying, though?
People should just have that attitude more often.
What he's saying is he doesn't.
Fucking dollars.
No, but the thing is, his millions and millions hasn't changed his life at all. He still lives in the same house that his mom lived in before.
That's the point of it. Yes, you can be content with that much, but it's like Henry Cavill going, "Why don't you just ask girls out? It works for me."
Yes.
Just go up and talk to them. No, it's I get what you're saying, Ryan, but I like the I do like the idea of he doesn't waste his fucking money on a bunch of shit. He's wasting it on taxes. He's wasting it on taxes, and he probably does need to buy some property or something. But that's me telling him what to do with his money. Do whatever you want, Asmongold.
No, don't give it to fuck charity, Odin. Charities are a fucking scam, bro.
Most of it is.
Yeah.
That's why you have to be very careful with which charities you give it to. But
don't give it to any charity. No, if you value a cause, give it to something directly. Skip the middleman. But this is why it's very interesting, the difference between Asmongold and Hassan, because they should be living the opposite lifestyles. Asmongold should be the capitalist living in the mansion, and the socialist should be the guy living in his mom's house.
And it's absolutely direct opposite. It's beautiful.
Yeah. It's so funny.
AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, you can give to them directly. There's no fucking middleman. They're nonprofit. The money goes to meetings. I know you don't, but I do.
But
you're right.
Undermining
most charities are full of shit. Unfortunately,
I'm actively undermining. I'm actively undermining a lot of charities. Right, clean up the ocean. Fuck that. I'm going to drink plastic straws.
Helen Keller,
throw them right in there. You know? What is this?
You've radicalized me on Helen Keller.
Good.
Fucking commie fraud.
Give it to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. That's
there you go.
Wonderful.
St. Jude's is good.
Yeah.
They are
directly.
Is that going to be me? Huh? Me in Japan.
Yes.
Hey man, I've seen you karaoke. You're having.
You can sing the song "I'm Big in Japan Tonight." Big in Japan, or I'm turning Japanese.
Turning Japanese.
Yeah, we'll see how this. We'll see how Japan goes.
I can't wait to we should take photos of you just being completely miserable in the best looking environments.
That should be an Instagram channel. Ryan being in miserable places.
In great places.
I mean, look, there is about a 50-50 chance that I'm going to be like as happy as I could possibly be in Japan. And there's a 50-50 chance that I'm going to be completely fucking miserable there. So I guess we'll flip the coin.
You'll be hanging out with me. You'll be super happy.
Yeah, that's true.
Be awesome. As long as I don't have a fucking panic attack on a 17 hour flight.
That was not the time to restart your sentence. That was a horrible time.
Panic attack on a 17-year-old.
I should be put up against the wall if it's a 17-year-old. Okay. 17 hour. Jesus Christ.
17-year-old flight.
Oh boy.
It could be a 17-year flight. That's right. No.
Gonna be.
Dude, I don't know if I'm going to be able to wait, Ryan, but I think you're right in waiting for Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows will be out, and maybe we can listen to that whole book on one flight.
Yeah, I just started Half-Blood Prince. I've been flying through these things.
Yeah, dude, it's going to come out like a week or in a week and a half before we go. I'm going to hold off on reading or on listening to the last one, and I'm going to save it for the flight for sure. For sure. I'll need something to get me through 17 hours. I'm going to sleep a lot, but still.
I wouldn't be able to sleep that much, but those audiobooks are so good.
Oh, so good.
They're phenomenal. Like Half-Blood Prince was a masterpiece, especially with so much Dumbledore stuff and just so much emotion out of a lot of characters. And yeah, between the sound effects and the music and everything, they're phenomenal.
Yeah. The end of Order of the Phoenix too. I mean, the actor that does Harry, like with like everything, he's yelling at Dumbledore. It's just so good.
But Half-Blood Prince has been the best in my opinion so
off
far.
to a great start for me,
dude. And it just makes you think all the stuff they cut out of the movie, and you're like, what? Because they didn't want to have another battle at Hogwarts. I'm like, that wasn't really a battle. It was kind of a rout, and like, I so fucking stupid. Well, and then cutting out all the pensive stuff with
and that's like the heart of the book. Like,
absolutely.
Why did they cut that out?
Well, Ryan's pointed out a million times the Half-Blood Prince isn't even a factor in the movie.
Yeah,
like,
so
at all.
That movie is so
advanced
like a line, I think,
making or the Half-Blood Prince is mentioned in virtually every fucking chapter in Half-Blood Prince, because that actually is every Harry Potter book is, yes, it is set in a fantasy world and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's a mystery story. That's what they all are. And the mystery in Half-Blood Prince is, who is the Half-Blood Prince? It's like kind of a major thing that's constantly on Harry's mind. And it's always discussed. Even when he's not at school, he's bringing it up, and it's constantly on his mind. And I think you go like an hour and 20 minutes in the movie without like mention of the Half-Blood Prince at one point. So by the time Snape reveals it at the end, it's not
like
that
the second or third time.
No, and the whole book is about Harry having a book. And all of a sudden, being the best at potions and pissing off Hermione. I mean, she was ultimately right at the end, but she was just jealous of Harry the whole time. Because
Half-Blood Prince is it's a mind fuck for Harry, right? Because Harry usually has very good instincts about a lot of shit. And he has this gut feeling, and he feels like he basically has proof that Malfoy is up to something serious and that Snape is actively helping him. And Dumbledore tells him, nope, don't worry, that's not the case. And like, it's fucking driving him crazy. All for it to be like, come out at the worst possible time that he was right. Now, was he right in the exact way? No, but he was right about that gut feeling. At the same time, this gut feeling he's had throughout this entire fucking series, the person in a way that's helped him out a lot, helped him out in potions, helped him out with all these things, developed this relationship with Slughorn to get to the bottom of this stuff, was the Half-Blood Prince, to the point where he thought maybe it was his father when he was in school. Maybe it was one of his father's friends, like something. He has this connection. And it turns out that his instincts on that were completely and totally wrong. So it's like a mind fuck for Harry, like when those things happen in basically the course of 2 chapters.
So good.
It's a great lead into the final book. It really was. And the movie, horrible. That movie just looks muddy and gross. If you've gone back and look at it, it's so sepia toned.
It's the one I skip all the time. All right,
it's not good.
So real quick, meant to do this earlier. This is a comedian, and this stuff's funny. Don't get me wrong, it's funny, but it might sound familiar.
Yeah, I don't like Black Snape. I don't, and it's not because I don't like black character in my TV show. I think it changes the tone of the character, and not just the skin tone. Everything about it is not good. It completely changes everything and reframes it and makes the whole series look hella racist. I don't know if you remember the first 3 books and movies, but the entire time Harry Potter, with 0 evidence, is constantly looking at Snape like, ooh. I just know he's secretly in a criminal gang. And everyone around him goes, why? And Harry just goes, oh. It's just something about it. And I don't like his hair. Professor of the Dark Arts? Yeah, could have guessed that. It's not good. But Snape's backstory is beautiful. He's actually secretly a double agent, or as African-American Snape would say, a snitch. Snape's character is beautiful. He's secretly protecting Harry Potter because, as a child, he was in love with Harry Potter's white mother. But when Harry Potter's white boyfriend found out about this, he hung Snape from a tree. Now, when Snape is white, that looks like high school bullying. When he's black, that's lynching, brother. I just think you could have made any other character black and it would have been fine. I mean, definitely not the Weasleys, because their whole thing is being poor and getting judged for having kids they can't afford. They can't be black. You got to keep them redheads. I've been thinking, like, you could have made any other character black. You make Hermione black. She's got the frizzy hair. She's smart, intelligent. That's fine. Nothing else changes. Although, you know, Dumbledore did have to give her a magical device to make sure she was on time to her classes. So maybe she can't be black either. I've been thinking about the most problematic thing that you could do to a Harry Potter character. Like, imagine if they had an Asian character, but her name was Cho Chang. That'd be wild. Or what if they had, like, Jewish goblins running the banking system? I've been thinking about it. I've got a couple of ideas for problematic changes to Harry Potter characters. Trans Dobby.
Mike has taken Dobby's cock. Dobby is she.
Do you know how hard I've been working on a trans Dobby impression? Just in the shower, constantly going,
Master has taken Dobby's cock.
I've been working on that for a whole week until I realized my bathroom window was open and the neighbors could definitely hear. What about this? Don't change anything about the story. Change nothing else. However, you give Harry Potter Down syndrome. Dude, it's genius. You don't even have to change the name of the play. Harry Potter, the Cursed Child. It still works. Harry Potter's parents dump a little retarded child on a doorstep. The step-parents reluctantly take it in. They're ashamed. They keep it in the cupboard. They give it fucked up haircuts for a laugh. Maybe he doesn't have a scar. You can just identify him because he's always got peanut butter on his face. Social worker comes over every week. You're a wizard, Harry. I'm a wizard. It changes the Patronus a little bit, though, doesn't it? Expecto chromosome! John Cena comes out. I need to be the director of this TV series, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, a lot of familiar bits.
Which part do you feel like was your idea, Ryan?
It's the first time I've seen that. I think that Gary's referencing the Dobby stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You did trans Dobby too?
I did some, I mean, off the top of my head, I did some Dobby bit where it's like, what did I say? Someone his pronouns or something?
Yep.
Or that he was trans or the non-binary or some shit. Yeah.
But I mean, he's also, I mean, this is what everybody's been saying, you know, with James and stuff. And fine, put it in a bit, put it out there.
I don't think I've had too many original ideas in my life, to be honest. So
listen, the fact that it's out there and then people are openly mocking this is great. And they are fucked. They are completely fucked with this. And they got to stick with it for 10 years.
If it lasts that long.
It's great. Another Ringers of Power. Because that's the thing. Yeah. If it lasts that long, oh no, we are blessed. They have already paid for it. They're nailed in. They have to do it now.
Well, even if you know, David Ellison takes over and he's got the power to fire whoever the fuck he wants, he can't do it. Hollywood would not allow him to do it. So he can do it, but he can't do it. He would get destroyed within, you know, his own community, his own industry. It should be the first thing he does when he takes over, right after he fires James Gunn, is recast Snape.
This is why you need disagreeable people in positions of power, because they don't care about the social consensus or other people's opinion of them. They just want to do the right thing. You can't have people that are worried about their political capital in Hollywood at a time when Hollywood's just all on the downward trend. It may have worked before, but now it's... You need to, if you want to beat Hollywood, you have to be the one going the opposite direction to them, and that's how you will gain support from the audience.
Well, one of your main characters is a meme. So we were talking about the value of franchises earlier, and what's part of that value is merchandise. Black Snape merchandise isn't going to sell as well as if it was a properly cast Snape or an Alan Rickman. And if you wear the Black Snape, it'll be as a joke. It'll be seen as a joke. And if you think the memes aren't going to slow down, they're going to evolve and get into really strange and wonderful areas. And I look forward to it at this point.
But it's only a matter of time until they pull out the racism card again. Like that's going to be a consistent thing that you see getting closer and closer.
It's already primed.
Yep.
Well, they already did it, but they're just going to keep repeating it and double it. I think you are going to see the marketing for Rings of Power Season 1 all over again. I think it's going to be the same playbook.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait for Neville Longbottom to have the whole moment where the boggart shows him what he's most afraid of, and it's
black. It's a black guy.
They're going to change
The only black feature.
They're going to change it. I fully expect they'll change that.
Yeah.
The worst thing, this is going to get AI neutered, I guarantee you, because people are already using AI to mock this. Once they have the raw footage from the show, they're going to transform it into the most memey shit ever.
Well, not only that, no, they will actually try and make a serious version where they literally will replace Black Snake with Alan Rickman and just like try and.
Oh yeah, you'll get that too.
Yep, there'll be those.
It's like a mod. Thing to me is like, well, this was the reasonable thing to do because no one can replace Alan Rickman, and they should have just made Gunn as far away as possible. It's like, bro, Alan Rickman, although he gave a great performance and people love the movies, is not a great casting specifically for Snape, other than the fact that he's fucking white. You know what I mean? In terms of the way that Snape is described in the book, in terms of his age, in terms of sometimes his behavior, like you can get a lot more book accurate than Alan Rickman's performance was. Not that it wasn't amazing and phenomenal and drew a lot of people in and it's loved, but you could absolutely get more book accurate than you were.
Who's the actor that's playing the guy with the eye patch in House of the Dragon?
Matt Smith.
Yeah, like that guy. They already have him on payroll. It's already HBO owned. Like, hey, bring that guy over.
Might be
put him in
scheduling
black hair.
conflicts.
That dude would probably look great because he's kind of fucking weird looking.
Yeah, he's got like the
he'd be a good
already.
Snape.
Like he'd be good.
He'd be a good Snape.
And he could definitely, even the way he plays Aemond, he could be like kind of that deliberate speaker at times, you know, with those deliveries, but also have this like rage at points. So yeah,
it would have been good.
The thing about a lot of the woke arguments, though, is that they had a kernel of truth around them. They just used them and perverted them for self-interest, essentially. But one of the arguments behind representation was that somebody's identity and their background and their culture changes everything about who they are. They're acting in a role and stuff. And so it's important to represent their different cultures. But now we're just seeing that play out in a different time. It is that by switching the race of this character, you do change the entire story, the background, the culture. All of the identity in that role does change everything about the interactions with the people and everything else. And if anything, it just shows that it is more important not to race and gender swap all these people because you destroy the very story of it. It is a case of their arguments are now just disproving themselves when it comes to all of this stuff. And you can kind of argue against them from within their own frame and still come out the other side.
Judah Kimberly for $49.99. Disparate. Did we read this one already? X-Ray Girl?
Was it the Animal Farm one? Angel Studios? Yeah.
We read that one already. She awake back there? Sladdle Otten, 2 parts for 50. First off, just wanted to tell Chrissy that if I ever got 3 wishes, my first wish would be to erase all memories of Grogu from existence, along with all Grogu's merchandise spontaneously combusting. Any Star Wars with Filoni's name on it sucks. There's more. Gary, pineapple and pizza should be a war crime.
Yes.
Then I'm guilty.
Yes.
I like
then
this
I'm
guy.
guilty.
I like this guy.
Crime
Anyway,
against humanity.
since you shouted out our Hilts Hurt in a recent video or stream, I did. Any chance you bring them on the Hot D Season 3 reviews? House Bracken is superior. Fuck no, it's not. It's not. House Bracken is a bunch of bitches. House Blackwood all the way. Okay. House Blackwood has the most honor. House Blackwood has the connection to the old
most
gods.
honor, as if that should be like a positive thing. What does honor get you in this fucking world? Get you beheaded?
Hey, the one Blackwood who said fuck honor, Blood Raven. He did pretty well.
You love him, so it doesn't even make any sense that you're like bragging about the.
I'm just trying to pull stuff out right now.
Yeah, while you're fucking simping for Blood Raven.
Fucking Blackwood all the way. Plus the cool sigil. Blackwood every day of the week. Part 2 of 2. That's it. That's all. A jackass of all trades for 50.
Our Hill Kurt guys are awesome.
They're awesome. And I think,
yeah,
I think we should make that happen. House of the Dragon coming up soon. Little over a month.
Right when we get back from Japan. Basically.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not far away.
Get back on it. What'd you think of the trailer, Ryan?
I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
There's not like really much to talk about. I don't think in the trailer. I don't think they revealed too much. I've heard some people speculating different things, but I don't know. I thought the trailer was fine.
Yep. Jackass of all trades for 50. What's a more likely scenario? The Boys ends with a banger of a finale, or Candace Owens finally solves the Charlie Kirk assassination?
Yikes.
The latter. I'm willing to believe the conspiracy theories first.
Then the Boys ending with the banger. There you go. Drinky Crow for 50. Says 3/4 white, has some good takes. Hail mostly whites. There you go.
Thanks, Drinky.
He was talking about Garrett. Luckfield for 50. Why does every studio come out with a multi-year plan for interconnected movies when every one of them fails? Even the MCU started with standalone movies with practically no connective tissue. Doesn't anyone just want to make a good movie anymore? Well, we've been asking that for a long time. And that's how they should have started the DCU, with a good Superman movie and just kind of focused on that and see what happens from there. I think it's for investors. They just see it as product, and it's for investors. And if we really look at it, there has been no cinematic universe out of Marvel recently that's done well at all. And they all suffer from the same problems. Hiring a bunch of people who don't know shit, for one, horrible writers, and not wanting to respect the lore in any way, shape, or form, and blaming the fans when they don't like it. Batman for $100. Hi, Gary. Hi, Disbrew. Hi, Ryan. You three are the shit, even though you hate me. I don't hate you. Gary, because I'm afraid of dogs. As long as you, I mean, if you're afraid of dogs, that's fine. As long as you don't hate them.
Are you
and
black?
Ryan,
Is that why you think I hate you?
And Ryan, my favorite racist and spirit animal, and that's coming from a mixed kid. Disbrew, you're my favorite roaster. Hail.
There you go.
I can hear myself think without as here. Oh God. Poor Az.
Who sent that chat?
Batman 3279.
All right. I'm glad I picked that one out. All right, got it.
Ian So Forth for 50 British pounds proper money. Says you're all commies to me. Wow. Sounds like a Billy Joel song. Aruka Fire for 50. It's a rant on Rumble. Jeremy, I don't care what anybody else says about you. I think you're smart. You're right. The binge model is best. Simp.
I think you disqualified your entire fucking opinion when you said Jeremy is smart. You could have said, I agree with this take, Jeremy.
Yeah. But you lead with that, you'll lose us. Zen Zoltan for 500 arses says, hail chat and stream. Netflix gave us a great Daredevil show. Then came Disney and they killed Foggy. Disney killed all interest that instant. Like they always do. All right, we're going to wrap it up there. We went pretty long today. So we will get the rest on a Square Up on Monday, 11 a.m. Central. Rumble, Nerdrotic Live. Let's go around the horn. And what do you got coming up, Odin?
Yeah, find me over at OMB Reviews Box Office Breakdown every Sunday around 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and articles every week on Sunday as well. geeksandgamers.com. Make sure to check it out.
Comics.
Yeah, game stream 9 p.m. Central on my channel. We'll be playing Planet Base again, and hopefully I won't fuck my colony up this time.
Good luck.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Garrett.
Sunday fun day with Az. He's in ghost form, and Kara and Mr. Pork Chop, and then Forbidden Frontier later that night on Sunday. And then I'm also solo streaming games on Monday nights. So come hang out. It's fun.
There you go. Disbrew.
If you want a recap of everything to do with the Animal Farm drama, you can check out my last video. Next video will probably be a review of Animal Farm combined with the fallout of their video and what Angel Studios have been doing, among other topics.
All right, Chrissy.
Oh, I just started a new channel, a new YouTube channel. It's very wholesome. It's going to be like I'm reviewing like water parks and hiking trails and cute mom stuff like that. So go subscribe. It's called Chrissy Mayer World. And tonight at 9:30, I'll be interviewing Megan Fox. She's like a law tuber. And then, of course, Simpcast on Sunday, 9 p.m. on my channel.
Excellent. Real Fake Wizard.
Yeah, I'll be doing an Animal Farm video at some point soon. So hopefully either Sunday or Monday. But happy to be here. It's been fun.
Thanks for coming on, dude. Shad.
So, yeah, having fun posting daily clips on Night's Watch, talking about all the fun stuff, looking at different animes. And yes, I did talk about the anime I talked about last week, to my shame. And also, Shadiversity, we've got some wacky weapons I'm going to be looking at, because, you know, there are multiple types of gun weapons throughout history. Not like it's a gun sword, gun spear, gun axes. And so Tarath and I, we discuss about the practicality and also, you know, react to some real world examples of them, because they did exist.
We saw one in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the museum. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very interesting discussion as to what validates them and why didn't they catch on. And that's exactly what we talk about in the video.
Probably because they weren't very practical. That would be my guess.
You can have a sword here and a gun
They
here.
worked, yeah, but there are issues. There are issues involved trying to force them together.
I bet. Ryan.
Normal stuff. Come check out my channel. I stream usually on Wednesdays and Sunday evenings, late afternoon evenings. I got a show called Fuck My Life with Vera Dark. We do on Mondays that alternates between our channels. Sports Wars, Geeks and Gamers. I had not really intended to talk too much about Animal Farm because I didn't really want to watch the movie. But now that all of these influencers and the response to the fans, I think I'm going to have to talk about it. I'll probably do that on my stream on Sunday. That's about it.
Yeah, I was gonna.
I'll be in Japan in a couple weeks, I guess. So.
Yep. I was gonna skip Animal Farm too, but guess not now. Archcast, what do you got coming up? Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure as always. Next week, I've got a video on the principle of progressivism being violence, which is their sole principle, the only thing that historically they have clung to in every single iteration. It is the one thing that we can define within progressivism. And then, less seriously, we have the Vampire Nazis role-playing game next week on Sunday with my collection of degenerate VTubers.
There you go.
That's hilarious.
Arch is like collecting them as pets at this point. It's hilarious.
It's like Pokemons. There you go. Cool. So we got Forbidden Frontier coming up and other stuff. But yeah. And is there anything else I need to play? I feel like I'm forgetting something, Garrett.
I don't think so.
No? Oh, yes, there is. Damn it. Okay. August 30th. There's going to be a thing called Americon. So I got to, I had the honor of introducing Brandon Herrera yesterday at an event. So they're doing, Brandon Herrera is going to be doing a fundraiser that's called Americon here in San Antonio. And it will be at Ricky Bobby's. So it's at the place that we did our meetup here in San Antonio on August 30th. We'll get you more details soon. I'm just putting it out there. There's going to be vendors there and some people from Geeks and Gamers are going to be there and other people. And once I get confirmation on those other people, I'll let you know. But Brandon Herrera will be there and the Unsub guys will be there. All of them. So Americon 250. Nice. So yeah, it's in San Antonio.
250.
250. Sorry, I said it wrong. 250. And I'll give you more details once I know them, but I was supposed to shout that out. That's it. So thanks to the Modrotics. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and donation. You help keep the lights on again. There will be a catch up on Monday, 11 a.m. Central on Nerdrotic Live and Rumble. and hope you have a great weekend, everybody.
See you later.
See you.
Bye. God bless.
Here they come and the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. I apologize cause I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights. If you're still not offended tonight, oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Rest assured that the chances are high. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights. Time has come, they are finally here. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. We're not affiliated, just so we're clear. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights, highly organized. It's Friday Night Lights. Sweet Mother Mary, turn on the oil you carry. It's Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights.
All right, that was good.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.